Hello and welcome back to Road Trivia. Today we've got a long haul trivia quiz. We've only done 3 so far this year, so we have 9 more to do before the end of 2023. The long hauls are the quizzes where we smash all the quizzes together from one month. This month will be April's quizzes. We've cut out the intros, we've cut out the outros. All that's left is 600 random knowledge trivia quizzes with no breaks in between. Good luck. Question number 1. The identification of these is called dactyloscopy. What is the name for these impressions that are caused by dermal ridges? The answer is fingerprints. Question number 2. The most famous resident of which region of Romania was a prince of nearby Wallachia who became famous for the way he tortured captives? The answer is Transylvania. That is the region of Romania we're looking for. Question number 3. On which Hawaiian island would you find Elvis's favorite vacation destination, Waikiki Beach? That's on the island of Oahu. Question number 4. What name is given to the main body section of an airplane that holds the cargo and the passengers? The cockpit is up front, the wings are on the side, and the fuselage is the middle. Question number 5. Tachycardia is the medical term used for rapid heart rhythm. What is the medical term which would designate a slow heart rhythm? Tachycardia is fast, bradycardia is slow. Question number 6. What is the title of the 1952 movie musical which featured Debbie Reynolds, Donald O'Connor, and a soggy Gene Kelly? Gene was soggy because he was singing in the rain. The answer is Singing in the Rain. Question number 7. What is the superhero alter ego of Prince Adam, who battles Skeletor in Masters of the Universe? The answer is He-Man. Question number 8. The longest reigning monarch in the country's history, who was the Emperor of Japan from 1926 until his death in 1989? The answer is Hirohito. Question number 9. First climbed by Edward Whymper in 1865. What is the name of the famous mountain peak that lies in the Swiss Alps between Switzerland and Italy? That is known as the Matterhorn. Question number 10. DNA is not usually a single molecule, but rather a pair of molecules intertwined in what shape, coined by Watson and Crick? Officially, DNA is in the shape of the double helix. Question number 11, named after a German scientist from the early 1900s. What does a Geiger counter measure? The answer is radiation. Question number 12. Home to the gulags. What region came to be used as a metaphor for exile and punishment that makes up about 3/4 of Russia's territory? The answer is Siberia. Question number 13. What is the name of the film director whose works include Dr. Strangelove, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and The Shining? The answer is Stanley Kubrick. Question number 14. On the sitcom The Brady Bunch, what was the name of the middle daughter who was jealous of her older sister? Her name was Jan. Question number 15, derived from the Hungarian language for cattle herdsman. What national dish of Hungary is a soup with beef, red onions, and paprika powder? That soup is called goulash. Question 16. Smog, breathalyzer, bromance, shopaholic, brunch, and frenemy are all examples of what type of word made by combining two other words? That is known as a portmanteau. Question number 17. Who was sworn in as the President of the United States shortly after the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963? The answer is Lyndon B. Johnson. Question number 18. What was the name and number of the mission that sent Neil Armstrong and others to the moon's surface in July of 1969? That would be Apollo number 11. Question 19. In the North American version of the board game, what is the companion property to Boardwalk in the game of Monopoly? To have the whole set, you gotta have Boardwalk and Park Place. Question 20. What was the name of the Kansas anti-saloon activist who began smashing up saloons with her hatchet in the late 1800s? Her name was Carrie Nation. Question number 1. This river runs through the fourth circle of Dante's Inferno and fully submerges the Sullen. What is the name of this river ferried by Chiron in which Achilles was dipped to give him invulnerability? That is the River Styx. Question number 2. What are the two letters that serve as both the postal abbreviation for a U.S. southern state, whose nickname is the natural state, and for an abundant noble gas that has an atomic number of 18? We're looking for the same two letters that serve both of those definitions. That would be AR for Arkansas and Argonne. Question number 3, a camera mode on some cell phones. In the fields of photography or art, what is the term meaning all view that describes a series of pictures that give a wide, unbroken view of a surrounding area? The answer we're looking for is panorama. Question number 4. In J.K. Rowling's third Harry Potter book, The Prisoner of Azkaban, a cat named Crookshanks is highly intelligent and able to sniff out dishonesty, and becomes the pet and familiar of which Hogwarts student? The answer is Hermione Granger. Question number 5. This disorder results when certain chromosome fails to separate during meiosis. Today it is called trisomy 21, but in an earlier age it was known as Mongolism. What is another common name for this genetic disorder? Trisomy 21 is also known as Down syndrome. Question number 6. 7 months after the ratification of the Articles of Confederation, the Americans handed the British their final defeat at what battle where Cornwallis surrendered to American and French troops? The answer is Yorktown, the Battle of Yorktown. Question number 7. It was an agreement signed in 1815 after the fall of Napoleon. Tsar Alexander I of Russia, King Francis I, and King Frederick William III of Prussia agreed to uphold Christian ideals in their realms. What was the name of this agreement? This was known as the Holy Alliance. Question number 8. In a box with a fox and in a house with a mouse are some of the situations that one character claims he does not like the title things. The Food Network's recipe for the title dish uses spinach pesto for the desired color. What is the name of this Dr. Seuss work featuring Sam I Am? The answer is Green Eggs and Ham. Question number 9. Lan Popo is a story from China based on this fairy tale. In Roald Dahl's Revolting Rhymes, she uses a gun and gains a new coat. Charles Perrault introduced the distinctive clothing worn by the heroine. What is this tale known in Italy as the false grandmother? That distinctive clothing was Little Red Riding Hood. Question number 10. This 1976 movie starred Sissy Spacek as a withdrawn teen who endures cruel taunting at school and abuse from her mother at home. Finally reaching her breaking point at her prom, things then get very bloody in what 1976 movie based on a Stephen King novel? The answer is Carrie. Question number 11. Benjamin Franklin Gates is a historian and amateur cryptographer who has been searching for a secret trove of American historical artifacts hidden away by the Freemasons during the Revolutionary War. In what 2004 movie where he first has to steal the Declaration of Independence? The answer is National Treasure. Question number 12. When working in a laboratory where high temperatures are required, scientists use a cup-shaped container to heat or melt metals or other substances. This container is made of refractory materials such as clay, granite, or porcelain. What is the name for this container? This high heat container is called a crucible. Question number 13. Adapted from the James Thurber short story, what was the title of the 2013 movie directed by and starring Ben Stiller, where he plays a man on an adventure who longboards down a windy road towards a volcano in Iceland? One of my favorite movie soundtracks of all time. That movie is The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Question number 14. This actor and martial artist, son of the man who founded Jeet Kune Do, is best known for starring in the dark supernatural film The Crow. What was the name of this man whose life was tragically cut short during filming when he was shot with a defective blank? His name is Brandon Lee. Question 15. She is no friend of animals unless she is wearing them, and she will go to extreme lengths to get what she wants. What Disney villain said, "I live for fur, I worship fur"? After all, is there a woman in all this wretched world who doesn't? From 101 Dalmatians, that would be Cruella de Vil. Question 16. This is a story about a strange plant and its relationship with the shopkeeper named Seymour, and features songs like Somewhere That's Green and Skid Row. What is this 1986 sci-fi horror movie musical directed by Frank Oz? The answer is Little Shop of Horrors. Question 17. To free himself of his enchantment, Dionysus instructed him to bathe in a river. What was the name of the mythological character who discovered that eating was a challenge after he wished that everything he touched would turn to gold? Everything he touched turned to gold. His name was Midas. Question 18. It can apply to any consumer good, but it is mainly used for motor vehicles, requiring the manufacturer to buy back any vehicle with a serious defect. Rules vary from state to state, but all states have a version of what sour-sounding statute? That is known as the Lemon Law. Question 19. Based on the Batman television series, the first feature-length theatrical movie about the comic book character was released in 1966 and starred Burt Ward as the sidekick Robin and what man as the Caped Crusader? Batman in the first full-length feature film was played by Adam West. And question 20. During the annual festival of San Fermin, celebrated in the city of Pamplona, Spain, what is the most famous and most dangerous event that has become one of the most internationally renowned activities from the country of Spain? During the annual festival of San Fermin, they have the running of the bulls. Question number 1. What is the Latin term for the stiffening of a dead body due to the coagulation of proteins in the muscles? The term we're looking for is rigor mortis. Question number 2. In mathematics and computer science, what is the term for a finite list of step-by-step instructions to be carried out, usually by a computer program? The answer is an algorithm. Question number 3. What is the name of the fictional metal that Captain America's shield is made of? The answer is vibranium. Question number 4. What was the nickname of the path followed by Cherokee Indians who were forcefully escorted to reservations in Oklahoma during the 1830s? That was called the Trail of Tears. Question number 5. In India, it's called a purdah, and in Persia, a zinana. What is the name for this collection of wives and concubines under the control of the sultan's mother? The answer is a harem. Question number 6. A pioneer of heavy metal music, Ozzy Osbourne is the former lead vocalist of which classic heavy metal band? The answer is Black Sabbath. Question number 7. What term is often used to describe the informal pejorative language used by lawyers and members of the legal profession? It's probably been called a lot of things, but legalese is the word we're looking for. Question number 8. What mathematical theorem says that in a right triangle, the hypotenuse squared equals the sum of the squares of the other sides? The answer is the Pythagorean theorem. Question number 9. SETI is an organized search for life in other parts of the universe besides Earth. For what does the acronym SETI stand? SETI stands for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Question number 10. Following a revolt by the English nobility against his rule, what document was King John compelled to sign at Runnymede on June 12, 1215? The answer is Magna Carta. Question number 11. What is the name of the large triangular muscle that covers the glenohumeral joint, where your upper arm inserts into your shoulder socket? That is called your deltoid. Question number 12. Along with solid, liquid, and gas, what is sometimes considered the fourth state of matter? The answer is plasma. Question 13. The 1955 movie Rebel Without a Cause was released after its star died in a car crash. What is the name of the actor who played Jim Stark? That movie starred James Dean. Question 14. In Game of Thrones, what was the name of the capital of the Kingdom of the North and the seat and the ancestral home of the Royal House Stark? The answer is Winterfell. Question 15. Woody Allen, Sylvester Stallone, and Sharon Stone lend their voices and portray insects in what 1998 animated feature film? The answer is ants. Question number 16. What is the name of the dwarf that can spin straw into gold but demands the firstborn of the miller's daughter in a grim fairy tale? The answer is Rumpelstiltskin. Question number 17. Formed from the girdle of Aphrodite, what name was given to Wonder Woman's whip? The answer is the lasso of truth. Question number 18. Adolf Hitler was born on April 20th, 1889 in a small town just across the river from Germany. In what country? The answer is Austria. Question number 19. At his inauguration in 1933, what did the U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt say was the only thing we had to fear? He famously said the only thing we had to fear is fear itself. And question 20, similar to a knight's code of chivalry, what was the name of the code that the samurai lived by, also known as Warrior's Way? The term we're looking for is Bushido. In the process of canonization, this person tests the claims of the candidate for canonization and advances all arguments he can against the candidate. What is the term for this person, which has come to mean any person who deliberately takes an opposing view? That person is known as the devil's advocate. Question number 2. Harold Gray drew comic strips about what 11-year-old character who lived a hard-knock life became important in the life of billionaire Oliver Warbucks and was known for her curly red hair? That girl with the hard knock life was Little Orphan Annie. Question number 3. Which American highway, which became one of the most famous roads in the United States, originally ran from Chicago, Illinois through Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona before terminating in Santa Monica in Los Angeles County, California? That highway is Route 66. Question number 4. Technically, it's a berry by botanical definition. What is the plant species in the nightshade family Solanaceae that is grown worldwide for its edible fruit and is most commonly ripened to the color purple? That giant berry is an eggplant, or an aubergine. Question number 5. The 206 isotope of this element is the end result of the decay chains of thorium and uranium. The presence of this element in old paint and pipes has led to brain damage among young children. What is this element having the atomic number 82 whose symbol is Pb? Pb is the atomic symbol for lead. Question number 6. They were first seen in the French comic book Johann and Peewit. Stories revolve around their mushroom village, magic done by the red-hatted one, and escaping from Gargamel, who wants to eat them. Vanity, Handy, Jokey, and Papa are what kind of blue cartoon creature? Vanity, Handy, Jokey, and Papa are all Smurfs. Question number 7. Early Christians here produced the Book of Kells Bible. Christianity replaced Druid tradition, and now Protestants tend to live in the northern part of what country, while Catholics are found throughout the island in cities such as Waterford and Cork? This country is the country of Ireland. Question number 8. Gandhi began his political activism fighting for the civil rights of Indians in this country. What is the name of this country that, until 1994, was the home of the system of racial segregation called apartheid? The answer is South Africa. Question number 9. A raw score of 130, corresponding to a z-score of 2.0, on the Stanford-Binet test is just shy of the required number to qualify for membership in what largest society for high IQ individuals founded in England in 1946? What is the name of that society of brainiacs? The answer is Mensa. Question number 10. Scott Engel and others recently discovered that this star is 1.5 times brighter than it was when first observed by Ptolemy. What is the name of this star, often called the North Star, which lies almost directly above the North Pole? This bright star is called Polaris. Question number 11. What are either of the 2 months in which every place on Earth has a day in which there are 12 hours each of sunlight and darkness, the so-called vernal and autumnal equinoxes? What are the 2 months? The answer is March and September. Question 12. Clyde Tombaugh discovered it while looking at photographs of the constellation Gemini and discovered a star that flickered. What is this object that may or may not be a planet, but definitely does have a moon called Charon? I think the general consensus now is that Pluto is not a planet, but that is the answer. Pluto. Question number 13. Appearing in a flashback in a movie about a titular city in another country, what 1942 movie starring Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman brought us one of the most memorable lines in cinematic history with "We'll always have Paris"? That line is from the movie Casablanca. Question 14. What is the title of the 1977 movie featuring Burt Reynolds, Jerry Reed, and Sally Field that involved the bootlegging of Coors beer from Texarkana to Atlanta in 28 hours and made the Pontiac Trans Am sports car wildly popular? That movie was called Smokey and the Bandit. Question 15. One more movie featuring the voices of talented actors John Lovitz, Rob Schneider, and Adam Sandler, just to name a few. What is the title of the 2002 holiday movie that is billed as an adult animated Hanukkah comedy film? Maybe the only one of its kind. That Adam Sandler movie is called 8 Crazy Nights. Question number 16. She discovers a place where each inhabitant has their own preferences and enjoys the food, sitting, and sleeping arrangements of the youngest member. What is this character's name that is used to refer to the habitable zone in space where life can develop because it's not too hot or too cold? That zone in space is called the Goldilocks zone. Goldilocks is the answer. Question number 17. Because of his reputation as a great military leader and warrior, English King Richard I was known by what nickname and is often remembered for battling Saladin during the Crusades and for rebelling against his father, Henry II? They said he had the heart of a lion. He was known as Richard the Lionheart. Question 18. Under his rule, Narses and Belisarius reconquered Italy. A 50-year peace was reached with the Persians, and the bubonic plague ravaged the empire. Who was this Byzantine emperor, the husband of Theodora, who is best known for his legal codes? That would be Justinian. Question number 19. His most famous story is also described in the Quran, although it does not mention a worm biting a plant root or the city of Nineveh. Who is this Old Testament prophet best known for surviving a sailing trip during which he was swallowed by a great fish? The fella in the Bible who was swallowed by a big fish was Jonah. And question 20. Wizard Gandalf the Grey, facing the dreaded Balrog in the mines of Moria, stands his ground, allowing the rest of the Fellowship to escape the monster. His iconic pose and words have been seen everywhere, signs and memes included, brandishing his staff and shouting what four-word phrase? He says, "You shall not pass." Question number 1. According to the song by Dean Martin, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's what? That's an easy one. The answer is amore. Question number 2. Writer and voice actor Tom Bodett is famously recognized as the voice of what American hotel chain slogan, "We'll leave the light on for you"? That would be Motel 6. Question number 3. First appearing in the 1940s, what is the name of the Looney Tunes character who always thinks he saw a putty tat? That would be the Tweety Bird. Question number 4. What word from the Russian language meaning fast is also a small tavern or cafe, such as the Italian ones you find in malls and in shopping centers? What is that word? From Russian for bistro, the answer is bistro. Question number 5. In what 1961 children's novel by Roald Dahl is the main character, James Henry Trotter, orphaned when his parents are tragically eaten by a rhinoceros? The answer is James and the Giant Peach. Question number 6. In humans, what are the sharp teeth at the front of the mouth that bite into food and cut it into smaller pieces? What are those called? The molars are in the back. The incisors are in the front. Incisors is the answer. Question number 7. In the Spider-Man films and comics, what is the alter ego of Norman Osborn, who flies on his glider dropping bombs and missiles? Norm Osborn's alter ego is the Green Goblin. Question number 8. German for lightning war. What is the term that describes the military tactics of the German army in World War II? The answer is Blitzkrieg. Question number 9. The huge concrete statue of Christ the Redeemer is a popular landmark that stands atop which mountain in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil? That mountain is Corcovado. Question number 10. The Aborigines were the original inhabitants of what country? The answer is Australia. Question number 11. What is the name for the type of fossilized tree resin, often turned into jewelry, that is a naturally occurring polymer? The answer is amber. Question number 12. What are the two shapes of photoreceptors found on the retina of the eye that are sensitive to color and light? There's two specific shapes. What are they? The answer is rods and cones. Question number 13. What is the first and last name of Bruce Wayne's loyal, trusted butler, who is one of the few characters to know him by both identities? The answer is Alfred Pennyworth. Question number 14. What is the title of the 1988 Walt Disney animated film in which Billy Joel provided the voice of the character of Dodger? The answer is Oliver and Company. Question number 15. Marlon, Damon, Sean, and Keenan Ivory are brothers of comedy, television, and film who share what last name? The answer is Wayans. Question number 16. If you were watching a financial news report and saw the acronym NYSE, what would the letters NYSE stand for? The answer is the New York Stock Exchange. Question number 17. By what name is the line of latitude at 0 degrees better known? Lines of latitude lay down. 0 is the equator. Question number 18. After becoming prime minister in 1922, what man molded the Italian government to the ideals of fascism and entered World War II on the side of Germany? The answer is Mussolini, Benito Mussolini. Question number 19. Which popular video game franchise has released games with the subtitles Modern Warfare and Black Ops? The answer is Call of Duty. Question number 20. What candy company, also a Roald Dahl literary character, produces Runts, Nerds, Bottle Caps, and Everlasting Gobstoppers? The answer is Willy Wonka, or the Willy Wonka Candy Company. Question number 1. In Isaac Bashevis Singer's Stories for Children, this figure can allegedly change children into hedgehogs, rats, or frogs. This character flies in a mortar, wields a pestle, and steals little children. Who is this Slavic folk character that lives in a chicken-legged house? The answer is Baba Yaga. Question number 2. Common in the southern U.S., these savory balls of fried cornmeal dough are often served with fried fish. One theory of how they got what name is that people gave these treats to their dogs to keep them quiet while the humans were cooking or eating. The answer is hush puppies. Question number 3. Developed at Bell Labs in 1948, this electronic device can be used as an amplifier, rectifier, or switch. What is the name of this device which revolutionized electronic circuits by replacing the vacuum tube? The answer is a transistor. Question number 4. Since 1982, her Kinsey-Malone series worked its way through the alphabet. What is the name of this author of A is for Alibi, who died in 2017 after writing Y is for Yesterday and never published Z is for Zero? The answer is Sue Grafton. Question number 5. This bad guy was twisted from his earliest days in the orphanage. He created multiple copies of his soul, but didn't figure on one of them being the boy hero who would be his downfall. What was the name of this no-nosed literary villain? The answer is Voldemort. Question number 6. This Italian term means in a church style, and it is how Gregorian chants are sung. What is this term referring to choral singing without instrumental accompaniment? In a church style or a cappella. Question number 7. I heartily accept the motto, "The government is best which governs the least," and I should like to see it acted up to more rapidly and systematically. So begins Henry David Thoreau in what essay which later influenced Mahatma Gandhi? That was called Civil Disobedience. Question number 8. One of the major festivals celebrated by Hindus, Buddhists, Jains, and Sikhs. What is the name of the festival that typically lasts 5 days and is celebrated during the Hindu lunar solar month of Kartika? The answer is Diwali. Question number 9. It was inscribed on a slab of black stone about 8 feet high, consists of roughly 4,000 lines, and was allegedly issued with authority from Shamash, the sun god. What is the name of this set of laws which takes its name from the Babylonian king who developed it? This set of laws is known as the Code of Hammurabi. Question number 10. What is the name of the Marvel actor who lent his voice to Emmett, the Special, in the 2014 animated film The Lego Movie, and to Barley Lightfoot in the animated 2020 film Onward, and Mario in 2023's The Super Mario Bros. Movie? He does a lot of voice acting work. His name is Chris Pratt. Question number 11. Important to plants as it enhances the ability of plants to optimize their photosynthetic capacity. What is the term for the ability of a plant to reorient the shoot growth towards the direction of a light source? The answer is phototropism. Question number 12. This bone has two processes with which it joins to the tibia to form the knee joint, and it also has an indented surface at the other end known as the acetabulum, which forms a ball and socket joint with the ilium. What is the name of this bone in the upper leg? The answer is the femur. Question number 13. She directed 1995's Home for the Holidays and 1991's Little Man Tate, and appeared in 1994's Maverick. What is the name of this actress who won her second Oscar for her portrayal of Clarice Starling in 1991's The Silence of the Lambs? Her name is Jodie Foster. Question number 14. In the final cliffhanger episode of the third season of Dallas, Jock Ewing's oldest son mysteriously is shot, and fans had to wait for the next season to find out who did it, leaving them to spend the summer wondering who shot who. The headlines all read, "Who shot JR?" Question 15. The inventor of the syrinx, a musical pipe with 7 reeds, he was an Arcadian god of herds, pastures, and forests. Who is this figure from Greek myth whose name literally means all or everything, and who is represented as having an upper body of a man and the lower body of a goat? The answer is Pan. Question number 16. The one built between Honshu and Awaji Island in Japan spans more than a mile, and the Brooklyn Bridge is the longest when it was built in 1883. What is this type of bridge that uses cables hung from towers? Those are called suspension bridges. Question 17. In medieval times, Stephen Fryer said one of its feathers could restore sight to the blind. What name is given to these creatures known to guard treasure with the wings and head of an eagle but the body of a lion? That creature was known as a griffin. Question number 18. A 1755 earthquake in this country destroyed records of the voyages of Vasco da Gama. In 1654, this European country took control of Brazil from the Dutch. What is this country whose capital is Lisbon and which borders Spain? The answer is Portugal. Question number 19. Characters on this animated television show include Cleveland, Quagmire, Lois, Brian, Meg, Chris, Stewie, and Peter. What is the name of this cartoon that is centered on the Griffin family? Two Griffin questions in the same quiz. My bad. The Griffin family stars on Family Guy. And question 20, often made from cedar, one of the tallest at 173 feet is in British Columbia. What are these tribal emblems of the Pacific Northwest Indians, consisting of pillars carved and painted with animal figures? The answer is totem poles. Question number 1. A mildly addictive drug, it is also called trimethylxanthine. It is an alkaloid that stimulates the central nervous system and heart and functions as a diuretic. What is the name of this substance that increases alertness but in excess may produce insomnia? The answer is caffeine. Question number 2. A genetically advanced warrior given Mark 6 armor in the second version of this game. He is also known as Spartan 117 or John. What is the most used name for this super soldier who fights against the Covenant in the Halo video game and its sequels? The answer is Master Chief. Question number 3. The subject of this Franz Schubert lieder is addressed as Maiden Mild. Unusually, this song is not a setting of the prayer of the same name. What is the name of this song whose Latin name translates to Hail Mary? The answer is Ave Maria. Question number 4. In Norse mythology, this is where the top gods, including Odin, Frigg, Loki, and Thor, are said to live. Unfortunately, when Ragnarok occurs, this heavenly home will be destroyed. Until then, where do these gods abide? The answer is Asgard. Question number 5. Although Malcolm and Angus were born in Scotland, they were living in Australia when they formed what rock band in 1973 and set the music world on fire with massive stadium hits like Thunderstruck and For Those About to Rock? The answer is AC/DC. Question number 6. Known mostly as a musical couple, this duo had a musical comedy variety show in the 1970s. What iconic pair appeared in the 1965 movie Wild on the Beach and then starred in the 1967 movie Good Times before they went their separate ways? The answer is Sonny and Cher. Question number 7. It is an incredibly rare feat and one only a handful of professional golfers have ever accomplished in the sport's history. What bird term is used when a player scores 3 strokes under par on a single hole? That is called an albatross. Question number 8. The opening ceremony of the 2008 Olympic Games commenced at exactly 8 minutes and 8 seconds past 8 p.m. on the 8th of August in what city in a country that believes the number 8 to be the luckiest number? What city were the 2008 Olympic Games held in? The answer is Beijing. Question number 9. Portrayed by Jason Alexander, what is the character name of Jerry Seinfeld's short and stocky bald friend who is insecure and mildly neurotic in both his business and personal relationships and has always wanted to pretend to be an architect? Jason Alexander plays Jerry's buddy, George Costanza. Question number 10. Sometimes sentencing dissenters to death. What is the name of the office of the Roman Catholic Church that, beginning in the 12th century, was charged with suppressing heresy and acts in defiance of Catholic doctrine? That was known as the Inquisition. Question number 11. This star is the Alpha star in the constellation Canis Major, and it forms the Winter Triangle with Procyon and Betelgeuse. What is the name of this dog star, the brightest star in the night sky? The answer is Sirius. Question number 12. Pirate ships lowered masts when he bellowed his name. What Peter, Paul, and Mary song features little Jackie Paper bringing wax to the title creature, a resident of Honolulu, that roared with wizardry? That famous resident was Puff the Magic Dragon. Question number 13. In 2004, what film about a Batman supporting character received 7 Golden Raspberry Award nominations and won in the categories of Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Worst Director, and Worst Screenplay, with many critics considering it to be one of the worst films of all time? That movie was Catwoman, starring Halle Berry. Question number 14. A 1978 update of a famous movie, this musical was a hit for all. Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, Richard Pryor, and Nipsey Russell were the main characters for what musical that featured songs like Ease on Down the Road and I'm a Mean Old Lion? That musical was called The Wiz. Question 15. Playing a pivotal role in cracking intercepted coded messages that enabled the Allies to defeat the Nazis in many crucial engagements, what was the name of the English codebreaker that created a machine that helped to decrypt Nazi messages? The answer is Alan Turing. Question 16. Clint Eastwood stars as a cop who holds a bank robber at 44 Magnum Point, bluffing him into surrendering by claiming not to remember if he's fired 5 shots or 6. You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? Who is this plain-spoken policeman? It's early in the morning. That was a terrible Clint Eastwood impression, but the answer is Dirty Harry. Question number 17. This country is the world's largest producer of olive oil. Perched on a sea bordered by 3 continents, this is the closest European nation to Africa. What is the name of this country found on the Iberian Peninsula? The answer is Spain. Question number 18. In an effort to curtail crime and increase taxable revenue, in 1933, what amendment to the United States Constitution was passed and ratified, ending national prohibition and legalizing alcohol sales once again? The 18th Amendment banned it, but the 21st Amendment ended it. Question number 19. Established in 1209 by a group of scholars leaving the University of Oxford due to political conflicts, what is the name of the esteemed university that is the 2nd oldest center for higher education in England? This group left the University of Oxford and started the University of Cambridge. Question number 20. He hated Odysseus for killing his son Polyphemus. He hated Athena for defeating him in a contest over the city of Athens. And what Greek god of the sea hated the Trojans because he and Apollo had been forced to serve as slaves under King Laomedon, who had them build the walls of the city? The answer is Poseidon. Question number 1. The multi-story apartment-like dwellings inhabited by the Anasazi peoples of the American Southwest were constructed of what traditional building material, after which the software company responsible for Flash and Acrobat is named? The answer is Adobe. Question number 2. Born in Chester, Illinois in 1894, L.Z. Chrysler Seeger created a cartoon character based upon a local scrapper named Frank Rocky Friegel. What is the name of this lovable character whose girlfriend was named Olive Oil? The answer is Popeye. Popeye the Sailor Man. Question number 3. Philip IV of France arrested most of the Knights Templar on one in October of 1307, which some suggest is its unlucky origin. What is this calendar number and day of the week that also names horror films starring a killer named Jason? I feel like that question just kept getting easier and easier. The answer is Friday the 13th. Question number 4. From the Old Testament of the Bible, what is the name of the judge that harvested honey from the corpse of a lion and defeated many Philistines, but lost his incredible strength when his hair was cut by Delilah? His name was Samson. Question number 5. Contrasted with poisons, which make bad things happen when they are eaten or absorbed through the skin, this is usually transmitted by a bite or sting. What is this toxin present in mambas and cobras? It's not a poison, it's venom. Venom is the answer. Question number 6. The day before Thanksgiving 1971, a man hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 and extorted $200,000 in ransom money and asked to be flown to Mexico City. What was the name given to this mystery man who then parachuted to an uncertain fate somewhere between Seattle and Reno? The answer is D.B. Cooper. Question number 7. In the 1980s cartoon, this group's computer Teletron existed inside of a volcano. Members of this group include Diatlas, Ironhide, Red Alert, Cliffjumper, and Bumblebee. What is the name of this group of Transformers led by Optimus Prime that battles the Decepticons? That would be the Autobots. Question number 8. One example is the Napoleonic complex for shortness. In psychology, what is the term for the kind of complex that occurs when a subject believes he or she is less important or able than everyone else is? What do they call that? That is known as an inferiority complex. Question number 9. It traveled to Fort Laramie, along the North Platte River, past Fort Boise, and finally to Portland and surrounding areas. What was this path used by settlers traveling in covered wagons, also the name of a computer game in which you make the trip? The answer is Oregon Trail. Question number 10. In this Marjorie Williams book, a character is given to a boy that has scarlet fever. The toy wants to be real, but it is almost burned to disinfect the boy's surroundings. What is this 1922 tale whose title character hops in the forest? This popular children's character is the Velveteen Rabbit. Question number 11. Located between Sumatra and Java, what was the name of the small volcanic island that at 10 a.m. on August 27th of 1883 erupted in one of the most devastating volcanic explosions in history, killing more than 36,000 people? The answer is Krakatoa. Question number 12. Starring Bruce Willis as a child psychologist whose patient, played by Haley Joel Osment, can talk to the dead, what is the name of the writer and director of the 1999 supernatural psychological thriller film, The Sixth Sense? The answer is M. Night Shyamalan. Question 13. In 2005's Batman Begins, 2008's The Dark Knight, and 2012's The Dark Knight Rises, what is the name of the English actor who took up the role of Gotham's Defender in the most successful string of Batman movies ever? The answer is Christian Bale. Question number 14. Quentin Tarantino's first feature film achieved only modest success in theaters, but became a cult favorite. What was the title of this 1992 film that follows a group of diamond thieves who attempt a heist that goes terribly wrong? The answer is Reservoir Dogs. Question number 15. What is the celebration, typically celebrated on the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday, that officially marks the close of the pre-Lenten season and is the last day for practicing Catholics to eat rich, fatty foods before the fasting season of Lent? That last day is called Mardi Gras, or Fat Tuesday. Question 16. With songs including Razzle Dazzle and Cell Block Tango, and starring Richard Gere, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Renee Zellweger, what 2002 musical is about a corrupt lawyer who defends two female murderers and how they get away with it and thrive afterward by combining their notoriety? The answer is Chicago. Question number 17. This city was originally called Derry Church, but was renamed for a local businessman. Located 14 miles east of Harrisburg, what is the name of this Pennsylvania location of a theme park, a place known as Chocolate Town, USA? That city is now Hershey, Pennsylvania. Question number 18, referred to as the American Tolkien. What is the name of the popular author of the series of epic fantasy novels, A Song of Ice and Fire, which were adapted into the Emmy Award-winning HBO series Game of Thrones? His name was George R.R. Martin. Question number 19. He was engaged to a blind Sherry Bobbins until she got her sight back and realized that he was the ugliest man in Glasgow. Who is this animated Scottish janitor at a Springfield elementary school whom, when properly greased, nary an animal alive can outrun? His name is Groundskeeper Willie. And question 20. There are only 3 countries in the world that begin with the letter F. Fiji is one of them. What are the names of the other 2 countries, both located in Europe, that have names beginning with F? If you got both, congratulations, France and Finland. Question number 1. One of the most recognizable characteristics of Gothic architecture. What is the name for the carvings of grotesque figures, faces, or creatures perched along the roofs and battlements of buildings that serve as waterspouts? The answer is gargoyles. Question number 2. The name of this famous dish is actually a contraction of the words for her in Spanish. What is the name of this popular Spanish dish containing vegetables, seafood, and chicken and flavored with saffron? The answer is paella. Question number 3. Although some travelers arrive through the smaller Orly Airport, most of the air traffic to the city of Paris comes through what popular international airport that was named after a former French president? That would be the Charles de Gaulle Airport. Question number 4. In human nutrition, necessary bulk minerals beginning with P are phosphorus and this element. Although it starts with a P, its atomic symbol is K from the Latin kalium. What is this element found in bananas and seawater? The answer is potassium. Question number 5. Leading the Green Bay Packers to back-to-back Super Bowl victories in Super Bowl I and II, what was the name of the starting quarterback who played for Green Bay from 1956 until he retired in '71, becoming the team's head coach in 1975? The answer is Bart Starr. Question number 6. Outside of Japan, it's often misunderstood to just mean raw fish. However, in Japanese cuisine, what name, meaning sour rice, is given to vinegar-seasoned rice, usually topped with a variety of ingredients including seafood, cooked or uncooked, and vegetables? I'm going to have this for lunch today. The answer is sushi. Question number 7. Beta-carotene is one source of this dietary important substance, and retinol is a yellow fat-soluble form. The best sources for this vitamin are sweet potatoes, spinach, and liver. What is this vitamin that is important in preventing night blindness? The answer is vitamin A. Question number 8. 6 different flags have flown over Texas. That is, 6 different countries have existed on Texan land. What are the 2 European countries that are on that list, one ruling it for 3 centuries until the independence of Mexico, while the other briefly held a small portion of it as part of the Louisiana Territory? Those 2 European countries are Spain and France. Question number 9. Madagascar is the only native home to these primates, which spend most of their time in trees. The ring-tailed species of what animal is on the endangered species list due to habitat loss? This animal is the lemur. Question number 10. This was said by Mark Antony in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and later quoted by, among others, a Klingon in Star Trek IV. In its entirety, Antony's order was, "Cry havoc and let slip" what? Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Question number 11. This biome's name comes from the Russian for north of the timberline. Mosses, lichens, caribou, lemmings, and flies are some of the principal organisms that live in what northernmost biome? The answer is the tundra. Question number 12. The collective name used to refer to the fluid which fills the eyeball, both aqueous and vitreous, is what term, which can also be used as a verb meaning to indulge and as a noun meaning something that is funny? The answer is humor. Aqueous and vitreous humor is what fills the eyeball. Question number 13. Though you might try to avoid sleeping, you are only human and you will sleep eventually. I guess this nightmare knows that, so he stalks victims with confidence and patience, knowing he'll get them in the end. What is the name of this burn victim turned villain from horror films? From the Nightmare on Elm Street series, the answer is Freddy Krueger. Question 14. Its liquid upper portion is known as the asthenosphere, and it extends from about 1,100 miles down to, in some places, only about 3 miles beneath the Earth's surface. What is this layer of the Earth, comprising roughly 2/3 of the planet's mass, which lies between the core and the crust? The answer is the mantle. Question number 15. After defeating the White Witch in this novel, the Pevensie children become kings and queens with the help of the resurrected Aslan. What is this C.S. Lewis novel in which 4 siblings travel through a piece of furniture to the land of Narnia? The answer is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Question number 16. Affecting approximately 3% of adults in America and similar numbers worldwide, what is the common name for the abnormal condition of somnambulism or noctambulism that belongs to the parasomnia family of disorders? Somnambulism is better known as sleepwalking. Question number 17. The Gothic Doge's Palace, the Bridge of Sighs and Rialto Bridge, and St. Mark's Basilica are among the landmarks in what Italian city known for its canals and its gondola rides? The answer is Venice. Question number 18. Common to boxers, rugby players, and wrestlers, what is the condition called when blunt trauma or other injury causes a blood clot in the ear that causes the outer ear to swell and become deformed? The answer is cauliflower ear. Question number 19. The oldest continuously operating chocolate maker in America. What is the name of the chocolatier that is named after an Italian candy maker based in San Francisco that makes rich, delicious chocolate famously sold in squares? That would be Ghirardelli. And question 20. This Stone Age couple have the best friends Barney and Betty Rubble, who live next door. She is a stay-at-home mom taking care of their daughter Pebbles and pet Dino. He works at the Slate Rock and Gravel Company. Who is this lovable pair? First and last names. The answer is Fred and Wilma Flintstone. Question number 1. What we used to refer to as UFOs, or unidentified flying objects, are now referred to as UAPs. What does the acronym UAP stand for? The answer is Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. Question number 2. The only director to be nominated for Best Director in 6 different decades. What man has been nominated 22 times and won twice, once for Schindler's List? The answer is Steven Spielberg. Question number 3. Founded in 1988 by Larry Shaw, International Pie Day is celebrated on what date? Pi Day as in 3.14, the answer is March 14th. Question number 4, called the oldest active volcano because it has the longest historical record of eruptions. What volcano has erupted 190 times in the last 3,500 years? In the country of Italy, the answer is Mount Etna. Question number 5. Measuring about 5 centimeters across, what living land animal has the largest eye, even larger than their brain? The animal with the largest eye is the ostrich. I would not have guessed that. Question number 6. There are more than 8 million CPAP users in the United States, and their numbers are increasing by 8 to 9% yearly. What does CPAP stand for? The answer is Continuous Positive Airway Pressure. Question number 7. What is this condiment that first appeared in 1682 and was sold as a medicine in the 1830s because Dr. John Bennett claimed it could cure diarrhea, indigestion, and jaundice? And it tastes pretty good on French fries. The answer is ketchup. Question number 8. This is a species of highly venomous snake and is the second longest venomous snake after the king cobra. What is this snake that is also the fastest of all the snakes? The answer is the black mamba. Question number 9. The original name was Backrub. What is this search engine called today, created to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible? I think they made the right choice by changing the name to Google. Question number 10. Who is the Portuguese professional footballer that is now the most followed person on Instagram with over 551 million followers? Second place is ROADTRIpVIA, but Cristiano Ronaldo still holds number 1 for right now. Question number 11. In 2014, the Ice Bucket Challenge was an activity created to encourage donations to research for what disease? The answer is ALS. Question number 12. In 1996, the Reserve Bank of India issued banknotes as the legal tender of Indian rupee. Which civil rights leader has their picture displayed on this currency? On India's money is Mahatma Gandhi. Question number 13. Translated to truth. What newspaper was the official newspaper of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1991? This newspaper was called Pravda. Question number 14. Which international organization received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1917 and 1944 for their work caring for the wounded and prisoners during World War I and II? The answer is the Red Cross. Question number 15. Alaska is known as the last frontier and is the only state that borders 2 oceans. What 2 oceans does this U.S. state border? It borders the Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean. Question number 16. In which country would you find a rabbit-proof fence that spans over 2,000 miles and was built between 1901 and 1907 to deal with the plague of European rabbits? The answer is Australia. Question number 17. In which novel by Fyodor Dostoevsky are Dmitri, Ivan, and Alex the title characters who are the sons of a murdered father who all share involvement in the murder? They are the title characters because they are the brothers Karamazov. Question number 18. For most people, their third molars come in between the ages of 17 and 25. By what collective name are they commonly known? Those are called your wisdom teeth. Question number 19. ROY-G-BIV is an acronym or a mnemonic device for the colors of the spectrum in a rainbow. What does the V stand for? V stands for violet. And question 20. A common medical procedure is a tonsillectomy. In medical terminology, what does the suffix ectomy mean? If you're getting a procedure with ectomy in it, means you're probably getting something removed. Ectomy means the removal of something. In this case, tonsils. Question number 1. The object of this game is to hold 2 or more cards that count as close to 9 as possible. What is this casino card game 007's favorite? The answer is Baccarat. Question number 2. Which month got its name from the Latin word that means to open, referring to the opening of buds on flowers and other spring plants? Here's a hint. The flowers are budding right now. The answer is April. Question number 3. What is the name of the man depicted on the $50 bill who became U.S. president after the Civil War? The answer is Ulysses S. Grant. Question number 4. Both he and the Headless Horseman were in love with Katrina. What was the name of the main character in The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving? The answer is Ichabod Crane. Question number 5. Who was the Australian actor who starred in movies like 1933's In the Wake of the Bounty, 1935's Captain Blood, and 1938's The Adventures of Robin Hood? The answer is Errol Flynn. Question number 6. A Spanish word that means table. What is the term used for a flat-topped mountain or hill that is usually a wide, flat, elevated landform with steep sides? The answer is a mesa. Question number 7. A sociological term from Tonga meaning forbidden. What is this term that describes a practice which is prohibited in a society? The answer is taboo. Question number 8. George, Elaine, Kramer, and Jerry end up in jail after having broken a Good Samaritan law in the 1998 final episode of what American sitcom? The answer is Seinfeld. Question number 9. What was the title of the only Walt Disney classic film that has a title character that never speaks a single word during the movie? The answer is Dumbo. Question 10. What word as a verb means to shudder or tremble, and as a noun can name the container in which an archer carries his arrows? That word is quiver. Question number 11. Describing the whole purpose of the game, what 4-word phrase is located throughout the Pokemon theme song and is repeated 3 times at the end of the song? The answer is gotta catch 'em all. Question number 12. In Scandinavian mythology, what is the name for the series of events and catastrophes that will ultimately lead to the end of the world? specifically in Scandinavian mythology? The answer is Ragnarok. Question number 13. According to the ancient Greek legend, what was the name for the knot that was tied so tightly together that whoever was able to unravel it would become ruler of all Asia? The answer is the Gordian knot. Question number 14. In the 1994 animated movie The Jungle Book, what is the name of the talking Black Panther who serves as friend and mentor to Mowgli? The answer is Bagheera. Question 15. In the 2004 animated movie Shrek 2, what is the name of the kingdom that's ruled by Fiona's parents? That is the Kingdom of Far, Far Away. Question number 16. What is the term for a unit of measurement named after an Italian scientist that measures potential energy across the terminals of a battery? Named for Alessandro Volta, it is a volt. Question number 17. When white light is dispersed by a prism into 7 constituent colors, what color is in the middle of the spectrum between yellow and blue? The answer is green. Question number 18. In auto racing, what is the name for the ideal position in the front row on the inside of the first bend of the track that is given to the driver with the best time trial? That is called pole position. Question number 19. Who is the only quarterback in the National Football League to have defeated Tom Brady in the Super Bowl twice? The answer is Eli Manning. And question 20. The Sphinx cat, called Ted Nugent in real life, was named Cat of the Year in 1999 primarily for playing what character in the Austin Powers movies? That would be Mr. Bigglesworth. Question number 1. Put a D at the end of this word for a slang to utterly defeat someone. This term can also mean a casino, and crib is slang for one's own. On one is getting something for free, while something applauded vigorously brings this down. What is this place? The word we're looking for is house. Question number 2. The Celestial Temple near Bajor was in one on Deep Space Nine. The Stargate uses one to transport teams. What are these space tunnels that may be so small that only squirming invertebrates can travel through them? These space tunnels are called wormholes. Question number 3. Although his name sounds like an aviation term, it is synonymous with one who washes his hands of the matter. What is the name of this procurator of Judea before whom Jesus was tried and sentenced to death? His name was Pilate, Pontius Pilate. Question number 4, named by Europeans for a great pre-colonial kingdom located near this river's mouth. It flows from its headwaters in Zambia north into Zaire, then southwest. What is the name of the second longest river in Africa, which lends its name to a book by Michael Crichton? The name of the river and of the book is the Congo. Question number 5. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of these is called the Necklace of the Great Mother Ishtar. Since seawater has a high refractive index, when it causes what kind of phenomenon, the radius is smaller? The radius is smaller than normal on a seawater rainbow. Rainbow is the answer. Question number 6. An ABBA song tells listeners to put on a white one, while Tampa Stadium is known as the big one of this clothing article. What is the name of this hat, whose name is derived from Spanish for shade, that originated in Mexico? Tampa Stadium is known as the Big Sombrero. Question number 7. The heaviest yet softest shafts in a player's golf bag are the wedges. What is the name of the longest club in the bag that is used to hit the ball the furthest? Those clubs are called drivers, or woods, but specifically drivers. Question number 8. This walled citadel in Moscow houses the crown jewels of the Russian imperial family and the Parliament building. What is the name of this building, which is also the name of any medieval defensive fortress in a Russian city? The answer is Kremlin. Question number 9. The Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, and Gulf of Suez surround the Sinai One. What is this geographical term for a region surrounded by water on 3 sides, such as the state of Florida? The term we're looking for is a peninsula. Question number 10. A Kurd by birth. What is the name of the man who plays an important role in Sir Walter Scott's The Talisman, who became Sultan of Egypt in 1174 and who earned a reputation as the adversary of the Crusaders? The answer is Saladin. Question number 11. What is the name of the element with the atomic number 3 and the symbol Li, whose hydroxide compound is used to thicken grease and extend the life of batteries, and its carbonate compound has proven useful in the treatment of manic depressive disorders? The answer is lithium. Question number 12. Poorly stored, confiscated fireworks intensified an ammonium nitrate explosion that leveled buildings and left hundreds of thousands of people homeless in what Lebanese port city in the year 2020? The answer is Beirut. Question number 13. His father was a Princeton professor, and he was taken to an Egyptian archaeology dig during his young chronicles. This character marries Marion Ravenwood and discovers that Mutt is his son. What is the name of this fictional finder of the Holy Grail, the Lost Ark of the Covenant, and a crystal skull? The answer is Indiana Jones. Question 14. What are the names of any two of the three world leaders that met at the Yalta Conference held in February of 1945 to discuss the post-war fate of defeated Germany and the rest of Europe? The answer is FDR, Churchill, or Stalin, any of those two. Question number 15. The company Sikorsky won a bid to produce these vehicles, which are called Marine One when they transport the US president. During the Battle of Mogadishu, two of these vehicles were shot down. What is this common type of aircraft? The answer is helicopters. Question 16. This idea is often stated as the simplest solution is most likely to be the best one. Simple paradoxes can often be solved with what principle that was named for a Franciscan friar? That principle is called Occam's razor. Question 17. This royal's reputation was destroyed after another woman forged letters in her name to acquire jewelry in the diamond necklace affair. Who was this last Queen of France before the Revolution, who was executed not long after her husband, Louis XVI? The answer is Marie Antoinette. Question number 18. Debuting in Harvey Comics comic books in the 1950s and dubbed The Poor Little Rich Boy, what is the name of the fictional only child of fantastically wealthy parents who is so affluent that his middle name is just a $? The answer is Richie Rich. Question 19. Invented or first used by the English mathematician John Wallis in 1655, when a number 8 is presented horizontally instead of vertically, it becomes a mathematical symbol representing the concept of what? An 8, when it's laying on its side, represents infinity. And question 20. During this pilgrimage, Muslims circle the Kaaba and perform the metaphorical stoning of the devil. What is the name for this pilgrimage to Mecca that all Muslims who are both financially and physically able are expected to perform at least once in their life? That is called the Hajj. Question number 1. It led to the growth of cities and suburbs as people moved closer to urban areas to work in factories and other manufacturing. What is the name given to this 18th century movement that used machinery to mass produce goods? This movement was known as the Industrial Revolution. Question number 2. From the French for to stick, what is the term for the technique of art creation that contains a layering of clippings from newspapers, magazines, and photographs onto a canvas to form a larger picture or design? From the French language for to stick, we're looking for collage. Question number 3. She gave her father Zeus a headache until someone took an axe and hacked his head open. She then sprang out, grown and completely armored. What is the name of this Greek goddess of wisdom? Her name was Athena. Question number 4. Often associated with the golden age of sea pirates, the silver coins from which European country were worth 8 reals, but were often cut down into 8 bits and referred to as pieces of 8? I get all my pirate knowledge from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. That country we're looking for is Spain. Question number 5. What is the full name of the literary character who serves as the narrator to the 1887 novel A Study in Scarlet, and who is best known as the man who provides medical expertise to Sherlock Holmes? Looking for the first and last name. Sherlock Holmes' right-hand man is Dr. John Watson. Question number 6. Starring Judy Garland, Ray Bolger, Burt Lahr, and Jack Haley, the most famous song in what movie musical was Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which won 1939's Oscar for Best Song? The answer is The Wizard of Oz. Question number 7. In 1552, Archbishop Hamilton's charter recognized the right of the people of St. Andrews to play golf at the links. Golf has been played at the St. Andrews Links for 600 years, and it has the oldest course in the world, the Old Course. What country is the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St. Andrews in? Where it all began, the country of Scotland. Question number 8. Some chief battles were at Alma, Inkerman, and the famous Siege of Sevastopol, and was the scene of Florence Nightingale's heroic activities as a nurse. What was this war against Russia, which lasted between 1854 and 56, and also included the Battle of Balaclava? That would be the Crimean War. Question number 9, laid out in 1717 by William Penn near the St. John's River. It is named after a location in England. What is this town that then replaced Newcastle as the capital city of the U.S. state of Delaware? That city is the city of Dover. Question number 10. A criminal defendant might plead this in court if he doesn't wish to contest the accusation. By pleading what Latin phrase he accepts the penalties of conviction without having to admit guilt in a trial. That is the situation when one pleads nolo contendere. Question 11. Active volcanoes recently erupted or are currently erupting. Extinct volcanoes are those which are very unlikely to erupt again. What is the term that is used to describe volcanoes that are currently inactive but considered likely to erupt in the future? Those type of volcanoes are called dormant. Question number 12. Developed by the physicist George Gamow and supported by the increasing distance of other galaxies, what two-word term describes the way in which Gamow said the universe began? Gamow says the universe began with a big bang. Question 13. The 2003 mystery thriller novel by Dan Brown was turned into what hit 2006 movie directed by Ron Howard and starring Tom Hanks, where the story begins with a murder in Paris's famous Louvre Museum? That movie was called The Da Vinci Code. Question 14. He was created on Kamino and raised in the ways of the Mandalorians. In Return of the Jedi, he falls into the great pit of Carkoon where the Sarlacc lives. What is the name of this infamous bounty hunter? The answer is Boba Fett. Question 15. This chemical compound was used in the flavor aid at the Jonestown Massacre, the Chicago Tylenol poisonings, and many other less famous murders. What is this poison that is described as smelling like bitter almonds? What type of poison did they use in the Jonestown Massacre? The answer is cyanide. Question 16. The Legend of Zelda sees players control Link, an elf-like character that is unique incarnations of the character tasked with rescuing or aiding, depending on the game in the series, Princess Zelda, in which fictional world inspired by medieval Western Europe? What was the name of the fictional kingdom in the Zelda games? The answer is Hyrule. Question 17. The right and left iliac in nominate, subclavian, and carotid are branches of this feature which rises from the left ventricle of the heart arches backward over the left lung and passes through the diaphragm into the abdomen. What is this oxygenated blood pathway, the human body's principal artery? It's a long question. The answer, though, is aorta. Question 18. The Perkins Institute for the Blind delegated Anne Sullivan as her tutor and helped her write The Story of My Life, which was adapted into the drama The Miracle Worker. Who is this author, activist, and lecturer, the first deaf and blind person to graduate from college? The answer is Helen Keller. Question number 19. Nicknamed the King, what former stock car racing driver who raced from 1958 to 1992 in the former NASCAR Grand National and Winston Cup Series was most famous for driving the number 43 Plymouth and Pontiac? The King was the nickname of Richard Petty. Question 20. This single-celled fungus changes sugars into alcohol and carbon dioxide. During Passover, Jews do not eat bread containing this fungus. What is the name of this agent that causes bread dough to rise? The answer is yeast. Question number 1. There is one main road that circles Iceland, and at over 820 miles long, you can drive around the country in about 13 hours. What is the name of this road that makes a perfect Icelandic road trip? This road is called Route 1 or Ring Road. Question number 2. Tolstoy wrote a Russian adaptation entitled The Adventures of Buratino, with Buratino meaning puppet. What is the title of this work by Carlo Collodi about a puppet that appears in the Shrek film series in a minor role? The puppet they're referring to is Old Pine Eye's Pinocchio. Question number 3. In the second chapter of the Gospel according to John, the story begins with Jesus performing a miracle at Cana during a feast. What transformation did Jesus perform involving two beverages? One of his most famous miracles was turning water into wine. Question number 4. Ray Bradbury wrote this collection of short stories, which begins with a rocket turning an Ohio winter warm. The story, There Will Come Soft Rains, an entry in what 1950 collection depicts an automatic house after a nuclear holocaust? This Ray Bradbury story is The Martian Chronicles. Question number 5. What is the term for the long, wide-sleeved robes that are traditionally worn in Japan with an obi and are usually paired with accessories such as zori sandals and tabi socks? The answer is the kimono. Question number 6. The resting place of drowned sailors is said to be inside his locker. What is the name of this character that in the Pirates of the Caribbean films has tentacles for a beard and captains the Flying Dutchman? Drowned sailors are said to be in Davy Jones's locker. Davy Jones is the answer. Question number 7. It is the oldest golf tournament in the world and one of the most prestigious. Founded in 1860, it was originally held annually at the Prestwick Golf Club in Scotland. What is the only one of the 4 golf major tournaments not to be held in the United States? That would be the British Open or the Open Championship. Question number 8. In the early 1930s, Mahatma Gandhi fasted to gain civil rights for this lowest caste of Indian society. What is the name given to this class of people whom Gandhi called Harijan, or children of Vishnu? The answer is untouchables. Question number 9. Beginning construction in the 12th century. By the time 3 of its 8 stories were completed, it was discovered that the foundation was on soft soil. What is this Italian landmark that tilts? It tilts or leans. The answer is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Question number 10. It is not Great Expectations, but this book also has a character named Pip that is considered the most insignificant member of the group. A coffin serves as a life raft at the end of this work. Characters in what novel include Peleg, Fadala, Daggoo, and Starbuck? Those are all characters from Moby Dick. Question 11. Peruvian Indians taught French missionaries how to use the bark in 1630, but it was not isolated as a medicine until 1820. What is the name of this drug extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, which is a cure for malaria? The answer is quinine. Question number 12. This alumnus of LSU was drafted first overall by the Orlando Magic and played on the Phoenix Suns and the 2006 champion Miami Heat. But what athlete is best known for teaming up with Kobe Bryant to lead the Los Angeles Lakers to 3 consecutive NBA championships from 2000 to 2002? The answer is Shaquille O'Neal. Question number 13. Born in Cambridge, England, what was the name of the actor and filmmaker who produced and directed the Best Picture Oscar-winning film Gandhi in 1982 and then starred as Dr. John Hammond in 1993's Jurassic Park? A man who can do it all. The answer is Richard Attenborough. Question 14. Modeling the character after the Rolling Stones guitarist Keith Richards and the cartoon skunk Pepe Le Pew, what was the full name of Johnny Depp's character in all the installments of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? Need his full name. The answer is Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow. Question 15. What is the title of the 2002 American drama film written by Scott Silver and directed by Curtis Hanson that stars Eminem in his film debut alongside Mekhi Phifer and Brittany Murphy, which contains autobiographical elements from Eminem's life? That movie was called 8 Mile. Question 16. This city, south of the Chattahoochee River, lies on land that was once a Native American village called Standing Peachtree. Arby's, Delta Airlines, CNN, and Coca-Cola are headquartered in what American city that also hosted the 1996 Olympics? The city we're looking for is Atlanta, Georgia. Question 17. With all but the second game, which took place in Anywhere, USA, taking place across 3 fictional locations based on real-life cities in the United States, Liberty City, San Andreas, and Vice City, what game is published by Rockstar Games? Liberty City, San Andreas, and Vice City were all locations in Grand Theft Auto. Question 18. Queen Elizabeth II is now Britain's longest reigning monarch. Whose record did she beat that is now the second longest reigning monarch that spent 63 years and 216 days on the throne? Now, number 2 is Queen Victoria. Question 19. It began in 1926 when Dallas's Southland Ice Company decided to supplement slow winter ice sales with groceries, and by 1963, with thousands of stores across the country, some stores began operating 24 hours a day. What is the name of this ubiquitous store, the world's original convenience store? The answer is 7-Eleven. And question 20. What is the name of the traditional Greek dessert that has chopped walnuts between sheets of pastry soaked in a sugary solution of honey, sugar, and spices, usually cut into small squares? This Greek dessert is baklava. Question number 1. What is the name of the large seabird seen feeding year-round on the east coast of the South Island of New Zealand that is the largest flying bird by wingspan with an official maximum of 12.1 feet? What bird has a 12-foot wingspan and can fly? The largest flying bird is the wandering albatross. Question number 2. Lox is a popular ingredient in a classic bagel breakfast sandwich, which is typically served with cream cheese. Lox is made from which fish, which is salt-cured or brined and sometimes smoked? Often smoked, I believe. Lox is made of smoked salmon. Question number 3. The Spanish omelet, also known as the tortilla española, is a traditional dish from Spain. It is served at room temperature and made with eggs, onions, and which vegetable, which makes it unique from most omelets? I do not believe I've ever had this vegetable in an omelet. The tortilla española is made with potatoes. Question number 4. Sun Myung Moon founded the Unification Church in South Korea in 1954 and served as its spiritual leader from then until his death in 2012. By what term were his followers commonly referred to as? Followers of Sun Myung Moon were called Moonies. Question number 5. The 7 deadly sins, a classification of vices in Christian teachings, correspond to the 7 things that God is said to hate in the book of Proverbs. Among these sins, which one shares its name with an animal? Thank goodness it's not horsing around or I'd be in trouble. The answer is sloth. Question number 6. A ball game played on horseback, a traditional field sport and one of the world's oldest known team sports, the outdoor sport that lasts about 1.5 to 2 hours and consists of 4 to 8 minute chukkas, between or during which players change mounts, is called what? I'm going to have to take their word on it. I don't know anything about this sport. The answer is polo. Question number 7. Spock is a fictional character in the Star Trek media franchise. He first appeared in the original Star Trek series, serving aboard the starship USS Enterprise as a science officer and a first officer, and later as the commanding officer of the vessel. What color is Spock's blood? Apparently, Vulcan blood is green. Question number 8. What is the portmanteau name of the citrus fruit hybrid of a Citrus reticulata variety, such as a mandarin orange or tangerine, and a Citrus maxima variety, such as a pomelo or grapefruit? This portmanteaued name is a tangelo. Tangelo is what we're looking for. Question number 9. Construction of the current version of the palace began on April 30th, 1589. It is a series of self-contained buildings within the well-organized outer structure, which is arranged around a courtyard. The Apostolic Palace is the official residence of which internationally famous person? The answer is the Pope. Question number 10. In Scrabble, there are 2 letters that are worth 10 points each, which is the highest point value for any individual letter in the game. What are these 2 letters that are worth the most points in the English version of Scrabble? Those 2 high-value letters are Q and Z. Question number 11. A German politician who was elected as the Chancellor in 2005 and went on to serve in that role until 2021. What is the name of this first female Chancellor of Germany who played a key role in shaping European politics while in office? Her name is Angela Merkel. Question number 12. Ursus maritimus, which means maritime bear or sea bear, is the scientific name of what species of animal that is considered to be the largest land-living carnivore, regularly weighing above 1,500 pounds? A more accurate name would be snow bear. The answer is polar bear. I guess they do spend a lot of time in the ocean. But anyways, question 13. In an early biblical reference from the book of Genesis, chapter 23, Abraham paid 400 shekels of silver to Ephron for a burial site for his wife. What country still uses the shekel today as its currency? The answer is Israel. Question number 14. The world record highest air temperature of 134 degrees Fahrenheit was recorded at Furnace Creek on July 10, 1913. What American desert, famous for being the hottest place on Earth and driest place in North America, is Furnace Creek located in? Furnace Creek is in Death Valley, which is in the Mojave Desert. Question 15. A female Finn-Dorset sheep became the first mammal that was cloned from an adult somatic cell. She was cloned by associates of the Roslin Institute in Scotland. Because the DNA came from a mammary gland cell, she was humorously named after what country music singer? I did not know the reason that they named her this. She was named after Dolly Parton. I knew her name was Dolly, but I didn't know they named it after Dolly Parton. Question 16. This American actress has the title for having the longest television career for a female, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, spanning over 74 years. Who was this universally loved actress that died in 2021, just 17 days before her 100th birthday? That was the beloved Betty White. Question number 17. In what country did the Kola Super Deep Borehole project begin in May of 1970 as a scientific project to drill as deep as possible into the Earth's crust, reaching over 7 miles and becoming a famous urban legend because of sounds heard deep in the Earth? Really shouldn't be digging that deep. The answer is Russia. Question number 18. What American rock band, formed in 1971 with members recruited by Linda Ronstadt and her manager John Boylan, has the #1 selling album of all time in the United States that's titled Their Greatest Hits 1971 to 1975? Those greatest hits were by the Eagles. Question number 19. In 2018's Wreck-It Ralph Breaks the Internet, which Disney princess makes an appearance and shares her backstory in such a thick Scottish accent that it's near impossible to understand her? There's only one Disney princess with a thick Scottish accent, and that is Princess Merida of Dunbrook from the movie Brave. Question 20. A former child star from movies like Angels in the Outfield and TV shows like Third Rock from the Sun, What is the name of the actor that seamlessly made the transition to full-blown movie star for films like Inception, Premium Rush, and 500 Days of Summer? His name? Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Question number 1. Darth Vader is the primary antagonist in the original trilogy, and when he goes by what name, he was the primary protagonist in the prequel trilogy. He's the protagonist when he goes by Anakin Skywalker. Question number 2. An alphabetized list of the 50 states in the U.S. would begin with the southern state of Alabama and end with what northern state? It ends with Wyoming. Question number 3. What is the name that is shared between both a man-made rabbit residence and a furniture set of shelves or cabinets placed on top of a buffet? The word we're looking for is a hutch. Question number 4. With an estimated fortune of over 91 multi-bajillion, what is the name of the richest Disney comic book character who began amassing his fortune during the Klondike Gold Rush? The answer is Scrooge McDuck. Question number 5. What is this Greek letter whose lowercase version denotes the ratio between a circle's diameter and circumference, approximately 3.14? The letter we're looking for is pi. Question number 6. His pink and purple markings, iconic grin, and ability to disappear made what cat a popular character in the Alice in Wonderland stories? The answer is the Cheshire Cat. Question number 7. What is the name of the famous landmark in Agra, India, built by the Emperor Shah Jahan? The answer is the Taj Mahal. Question number 8. What is the name for the branch of science that involves the study and classification of fossils? The answer is paleontology. Question number 9. What is the name of the world's largest lizard, which can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh over 150 pounds? This large lizard is the Komodo dragon. Question number 10. In Las Vegas, the Sands, the Frontier, the Desert Inn, and the Landmark hotels were all once owned by what mysterious and eccentric billionaire? The answer is Howard Hughes. Question 11. What is this type of evergreen spice that is often added to a glass of eggnog and whose outer skin is dried to make another spice called mace? The answer is nutmeg. Question number 12. Since it is a solid form of the specific element, what is the single letter chemical designation of a pure diamond? The answer is C for carbon. Question number 13. First appearing in comic books in 1976, what is the name of the genetically enhanced raccoon who becomes a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy? The answer is Rocket Raccoon. Question 14. What 1987 movie tells the story of a young woman nicknamed Baby who falls in love with the dance instructor Johnny Castle at a summer vacation resort? That movie was called Dirty Dancing. Question 15. Meaning removal of meat. What is the name of Rio de Janeiro's 4-day festival that is a celebration held prior to the fasting season of Lent? That is called Carnival. Question number 16. What is the name of the popular card game that has several varieties such as Stud, Draw, Omaha, and Texas Hold'em? The answer is Poker. Question number 17. Pashto and Dari are the official languages of which mountainous landlocked country in Central Asia? The answer is Afghanistan. Question number 18. What is the three-letter term for the minerals pulled from the Earth's crust through mining and treated or refined, often via smelting, to extract valuable metals? That would be ore. Question number 19. Located at the western end of the National Mall and shaped like an Egyptian obelisk, what is the tallest structure in the District of Columbia? The answer is the Washington Monument. And question 20. What is the term used in hockey when a player scores 3 goals at any time during a game? They call that a hat trick. Question number 1. Army and Navy used to be members. All of the current members have a traditional shield emblem. What is this league of prestigious colleges, which includes Harvard and Yale, named for a plant found growing on their walls? The answer is the Ivy League. Question number 2. Often referred to as the home of the title character in Bram Stoker's Dracula, what is the actual name of the castle and fortress in Transylvania, Romania that is commonly referred to as Dracula's Castle? We're looking for the real name of the castle. That castle is Bran Castle. Question number 3. Located on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., what is the name of the structure that was erected in 1982 to commemorate the loss of 58,000 American lives between the years of 1959 and 1975? The answer is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Question number 4. In 1941, George de Mestral, a Swiss mechanical engineer, examined a cockleburr closely and saw hundreds of tiny hooks. This led him to the invention of what fastener commonly used on children's shoes? The answer is Velcro. Question number 5. One way to make it is the worsted system. Another involves shearing, washing, drying, carding, spinning, and weaving it. What is this fiber used to make cloth from the curly coats of sheep and other animals? The answer is wool. Question number 6. David Robert Jones is the birth name of which professional English singer-songwriter and actor known for songs such as Rebel Rebel, Space Odyssey, and Let's Dance, who passed away in January of 2016? The answer is David Bowie. Question number 7. The herbs anise and fennel, along with the seeds of the caraway plant, closely resemble the flavor of what common candy due to a shared organic compound called Anatoly? The answer is licorice. Question number 8. A cartoon character in Hollywood during the golden age of American animation. What is the name of the talking rabbit that is framed for the murder of the Acme Corporation CEO Marvin Acme in the 1988 live-action/animated movie? The answer is Roger Rabbit. Question number 9. First theorized as just empty space, the Voyager probes showed it to contain at least 100 smaller ringlets. What is this gap that divides Saturn's rings into two major sections, named for the Italian who discovered it in 1675? That is known as the Cassini division. Question number 10. The Mummy is a 1999 American action-adventure film written and directed by Stephen Sommers that is a remake of the 1932 film of the same name. What horror movie icon played the title mummy in the 1932 film? This guy was in a bunch of those old movies. The answer, Boris Karloff. Question number 11. In American horse racing, the Triple Crown Championship is attributed to a 3-year-old thoroughbred that, in a single season, wins the Preakness Stakes, the Kentucky Derby, and what third race? The answer is the Belmont Stakes. Question number 12. The Fiji Mermaid, Commodore Nutt, the Wild Man of Borneo, Jumbo the Elephant, and Jenny Lind were all exhibits of what man famous for the line, "A sucker is born every minute"? That man's name is P.T. Barnum. Question number 13. They finally came up with 7 good ones that we all know and love today, but some of the character names that were rejected for what 1937 Walt Disney classic were Gatsby, Daffy, and Snoopy. Those were some of the rejected names from Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Question number 14. Both the first film that was released in 2001 and its sequel, subtitled Beautiful Loser, starred David Spade as the lovable loser who was abandoned by his parents at the Grand Canyon when he was a child. What is the name of Spade's character and the title of these films? The answer is Joe Dirt. Question number 15. What was the title of the 1977 documentary film that made Arnold Schwarzenegger a household name after it showed the behind-the-scenes world of bodybuilding and the Mr. Universe and Mr. Olympia competitions? I believe we watched this in PE in high school. It was called Pumping Iron. Question number 16. After the original television series was canceled, this man lobbied to continue the franchise through feature films. What was the name of the creator of the Star Trek universe whose idea to move the show to the big screen was finally accepted in the 1970s? The creator of Star Trek, his name was Gene Roddenberry. Question number 17. Saint Mungo founded it in the 6th century, and due to its position on the River Clyde and its proximity to the Lanarkshire coalfields, what Scottish city, the nation's most populous, became a major industrial center in the 19th century? The answer is Glasgow. Question number 18. Constructed in Paris, France in the late 1980s by Chinese-American architect I.M. Pei, to what building does the large glass and metal structure, France's most famous pyramid, serve as the main entrance? That glass pyramid is the main entrance to the Louvre. Question number 19. The Fifth Amendment specifically guards against both self-incrimination and a subject being charged twice for the same offense. What is the name for that clause that is also a favorite part of Alex Trebek's show? Being charged twice for the same offense is called double jeopardy. And question 20. Starting his career in comedy in 1988 in the Boston area, what is the name of the UFC color commentator, comedian, actor, and former TV presenter who, for the last few years, has hosted the most popular podcast in the world? The answer is Joe Rogan. Question 1. This country is part of the Balkans and shares borders with Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, Albania, and Croatia. What is this country with a population of around 600,000 whose name means Black Mountain? Black Mountain or Montenegro? Question number 2. In the Tour de France, the leader of the race wears a yellow jersey. A different jersey is awarded to the rider who accumulates the most points in the mountain climbs. What color of jersey does that rider wear? Tough one, but they wear a white jersey with red dots. Question number 3. Gary Rossington, who died in March of 2023, was the last founding member of what southern rock band whose rise to fame was tragically cut short when 3 members, including lead singer Ronnie Van Zant, were killed in a plane crash on October 20th, 1977? The answer is Lynyrd Skynyrd. Question number 4. In the 1999 film The Green Mile, death row inmate John Coffey miraculously revives a mouse that was killed by a sleazy guard named Percy Wetmore. What name did inmate Edouard Delacroix give that mouse? He named the mouse Mr. Jangles. Question number 5. He was the first actor to win 3 Oscars in the supporting actor category. What is the name of the American actor who won 3 Academy Awards for Best Supporting Actor for his performances in the movies Come and Get It, Kentucky, and The Westerner? Just think back to the 1930s and the 1940s and remember that Walter Brennan was his name. Question number 6. This is a southern U.S. state that has the Rosa Parks Museum located in its capital. What is the name of this state that was also the first to make Christmas a legal holiday, doing so in 1836? The first state to make Christmas a legal holiday was Alabama. Question number 7. In April of 1985, they became the first Western music act to perform in China, playing a series of concerts in Beijing and Guangzhou. What was the name of this British pop duo consisting of George Michael and Andrew Ridgeley, who had hits like Wake Me Up Before You Go Go? The answer is Wham! Question number 8. The first U.S. patent was issued on July 31, 1790 to Samuel Hopkins for a process of making potash, which was an important ingredient for making soap, glass, and fertilizer. Which U.S. president was the one that signed that patent into law? The first U.S. patent was signed into law by the first U.S. President, George Washington. Question number 9. Samsung, the multinational electronics company, has announced plans to invest $228 billion in building the world's largest semiconductor facility as a part of a major expansion. What country will this new facility be located in? The answer is South Korea. Question number 10. Curling, a sport often referred to as chess on ice, was officially added to the Winter Olympics in 1998. Each Olympic curling team consists of how many players that all work together to deliver and sweep the stones down the ice toward the target? On an Olympic curling team, there are 4 players. Question number 11. What is the name of the popular board game that was created in 1979 that tests players' ability to answer general knowledge and popular cultural questions from 6 categories: geography, entertainment, history, art and literature, science and nature, and sports and leisure? This obviously is my kind of game. The answer, Trivial Pursuit. Question 12, here's a fun one. Making her the only actor to win an Academy Award for portraying an Academy Award-winning actor, what is the name of the Australian actress who won the Oscar for her portrayal of Katharine Hepburn in the movie The Aviator? The only actor to win an Academy Award for portraying an Academy Award-winning actor is Cate Blanchett. Question 13. Sadly, his 3rd wife died in the same year after giving birth to the future king, Edward VI. According to the legend, in 1537 by royal charter, what king officially declared February 14th to be the public celebration of Valentine's Day? As the story goes, Henry VIII was the one who made it a public celebration. Question 14. White Christmas by Bing Crosby is recognized as the best-selling single of all time with an estimated 50 million copies sold worldwide. The number 2 best-selling single is a tribute to Princess Diana after her tragic death, recorded by what artist? The answer is Elton John. Question number 15. The United States flag has 50 stars on it, making it the flag with the most stars. Which South American country's flag has 27 stars on it, with the national motto being Ordem e Progresso, or Order and Progress? The answer is Brazil. Question 16. What was the name of the Italian diplomat, author, and philosopher who lived during the Renaissance and is best known for his 1513 political treatise, The Prince, and is widely regarded as one of the founders of modern political philosophy and political science? His name was Niccolo Machiavelli. Question number 17. It is estimated that this country has nearly 900,000 lakes, the most in the world, which is almost 60% of all the lakes in the world. These lakes cover about 9% of what country's total surface area, making it a country with the highest proportion of its surface covered by fresh water. Hello to all my Canadian viewers. The answer is obviously Canada. You guys obviously got that one right. Question number 18. According to the King James Version of the Bible's Book of Revelation, what are the colors of the horses ridden by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? So I need 4 colors. 3 are colors, 1 is a description of a color. There is white, red, black, and then a pale horse. Question number 19. There are only 3 movies that have won 11 Oscars each, and actor Bernard Hill has appeared in 2 of them. What are the titles of the 2 11 Oscar movies that he appeared in, one in 1997 and one in 2003? He was in both The Titanic and The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. And finally, question 20. A successful writer and the son of Stephen King, this man chose to write under a pseudonym for over 10 years before revealing to the public that he was Stephen King's son. Who is this author of several successful novels, including Horns, NOS 4A2, and The Fireman? The answer is Joe Hill. Question number 1. What is this 2-word phrase that refers to the power of local governments to seize private property for public use, such as the building of schools, even if it is against the will of the current owner? The answer is eminent domain. Question number 2. Rate laws can predict this quantity, the amount of time in which 50% of the reactant becomes product. In nuclear chemistry, what is this term that is used to measure how quickly an isotope decays? The answer is half-life. Question number 3. This is a term used for anxiety that can occur when some interesting or exciting event may be happening somewhere else and you are not a part of it. Often triggered by posts on social media, what is this 4-letter acronym? The fear of missing out acronym is FOMO. Question number 4. This building housed the Ark of the Covenant, which had formerly rested in the Tabernacle of Moses. What is the name of the building, which was planned by a warlike king of Israel and then built by his son? We're looking for the name of the building that used to house the Ark of the Covenant. That is known as the First Temple or the Temple of Solomon. Question number 5. What is the name of the 1895 Oscar Wilde play in which Algernon Moncrief proposes to Cicely, Jack Worthing proposes to Gwendolen, and Lady Bracknell's cucumber sandwiches are eaten? The answer is The Importance of Being Earnest. Question number 6. These wars began at the First Battle of St. Albans, and they are named for the flowery badges of the competing factions. What is the name given to these wars between the House of Lancaster and the House of York that ended with the rise of the House of Tudor? The answer is the War of the Roses, or the Wars of the Roses. Question number 7. This son of Maia stole Apollo's cattle and created the first lyre, and his staff was called Caduceus. The counterpart of the Roman god Mercury is what Greek messenger god with winged sandals? The answer is Hermes. Question number 8. At one point, its Wikipedia entry asserts that this restaurant's head chef is a microwave. In September of 2014, it made headlines for selling $100 passes for 7 weeks of all-you-can-eat food. What is this Italian chain restaurant which offers unlimited salad and breadsticks with its never-ending pasta bowl? The answer is Olive Garden. Question number 9. At the end of this play, the title character is lauded as the noblest Roman of them all. What was the title of this historical play by Shakespeare, in which the title Roman emperor is betrayed by senators led by Cassius and Brutus? The answer is Julius Caesar. Question 10. After several challenging years of working to become a solo artist after divorcing Ike Turner, this song helped Tina become a viable artist in her own right. What is this tune that was originally intended for the band Dire Straits? Kind of tough because I feel like she had a lot of really good songs, but the one that set her on her path was Private Dancer. Question number 11. This retired Romanian gymnast is a 5-time Olympic gold medalist and was the first to be awarded a perfect 10 score at the 1976 Olympic Games. What is the name of this gymnast who now lives in Oklahoma with her husband, U.S. gymnast Bart Connor? The answer is Nadia Comaneci. Question number 12. It was investigated by the Tower Commission, which criticized the president for his inattentiveness. Its goal was to suppress the communist Sandinistas. What was the name of this scandal of the Reagan administration in which arms sales to the Middle East funded a Nicaraguan rebel group? That scandal was known as the Iran-Contra affair. Question 13. Norman Rockwell painted most of his works, like the Four Freedoms and the Triple Self-Portrait, for what newspaper, which, despite its name, now is only published 6 times per year? What is the name of this publication? The answer is the Saturday Evening Post. Question number 14. What are the names of the 2 space shuttles that exploded on January 28, 1986 and February 1st, 2003, tragically killing all 7 members of the crew in each disaster. Looking for 2 names here. The answer is the Challenger and the Columbia. Question number 15. Discovered by William Herschel in 1781, what is the only planet in our solar system that rotates on its side and spins backwards? I don't know if it spins backwards, it spins alternate to the rotation that it is orbiting the sun. That would be the planet of Uranus. Question number 16. What was the name of the American abolitionist who was the first woman to lead an armed expedition of around 150 African American soldiers in the U.S. Civil War and the raid of Combahee Ferry on June 1st and 2nd in 1861? That was just one of the many things she was known for. Her name, Harriet Tubman. Question 17. In this work, the narrator passes through a gate inscribed with the words, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." What is the title of this first part of the Divine Comedy in which Virgil guides Dante on a tour through hell? The answer is the Inferno. Question number 18. This country allied with the Germans under Miklos Horthy until 1944, when the Soviet army invaded and Hitler replaced Horthy with Ferenc Szalasi. Shortly thereafter, the Soviets began a siege of which country's capital city of Budapest? Budapest is the capital city of Hungary. Question number 19. Congressional salaries are determined by Congress itself, and until 1992, Congress could simply vote itself a pay raise. What is the number of this most recently ratified amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which requires congressional pay raises to take effect during the next term? That would be amendment number 27. And question 20. One figure in this work spills a shaker of salt with his right arm while clutching a bag. Thomas raises his index finger on one side of the central man, who stretches his arms over the table next to Apostle John. What is this mural by Leonardo da Vinci depicting the 12 disciples with Jesus? This very popular painting is called The Last Supper. Question number 1. This company was founded by Ingvar Kamprad, and the name is an acronym of his initials and villages in Sweden. What is the name of this company that originally sold office supplies and jewelry, but is now known for selling furniture? The answer is IKEA. Question number 2. He always said he would prefer a Colombian grave to an American prison. In December of 1993, what real-life crime boss got his wish when he was shot and killed by the Colombian search block on a rooftop in Medellin? The name of that Colombian crime lord was Pablo Escobar. Question number 3, often occurring around late January. What is the name of the speech that a president of the United States gives to Congress each year, advising them on the current conditions of the country? We're looking for the name of the speech. He advises them on the State of the Union. It's called the State of the Union speech. Question number 4. This book, written in 1936, has sold over 15 million copies by providing such advice as, if you want to gather honey, don't kick over the beehive. What is the title of this self-help book authored by Dale Carnegie? That seems like pretty obvious advice. The answer is How to Win Friends and Influence People. Question number 5, originally published anonymously as Travels into Several Remote Nations of the World. In what 1726 Jonathan Swift novel do the several remote nations include Laputa, Land, Brobdingnag, and Lilliput? Those nations are all discovered during Gulliver's Travels. Question number 6. It was supposedly written to cheer up John Lennon's son, Julian, because Lennon was divorcing his wife, Cynthia. What is the name of this 1968 #1 Beatles song that takes a sad song and makes it better? The answer is Hey Jude. Question number 7. This term means intensity of effect. A large army or a group of armed men such as police, or to compel someone to do something. What is the name of this quantity that according to Newton's second law is equal to mass times acceleration? The word that fits all those definitions is force. Question number 8. Since uranium had been named after the planet Uranus and neptunium after the planet Neptune, element 94 was named what, since its namesake was still considered to be a planet at that time? That was way back when I was a kid and Pluto was still a planet. The answer is plutonium. Question number 9. Containing portions of all the Old Testament except Esther, what more common name is given to the collection of manuscripts discovered in 1947 by a young Bedouin shepherd in Qumran, Palestine? Those manuscripts were discovered next to a big body of water called the Dead Sea. They're known as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Question number 10. This term is defined as the means of accomplishing an act, especially the characteristic method employed by a defendant in repeated criminal acts. What is this Latin term, the English translation of which is the manner of operation? If you're talking about a criminal's MO, you're referring to his modus operandi. Question number 11. It is a Turkish word meaning lord, and in 1206, a Mongolian ruler named Genghis assumed this title. What is this word whose wrath Captain Kirk faced in the second Star Trek movie? He faced the wrath of Khan. Khan is the answer. Question number 12. It was designed around 280 BC during the reign of Ptolemy II. What is the name of this structure, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world that served as a guide to passing ships? This ancient wonder is called the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Question 13. What is the name of the public square in the city of Westminster, central London, established in the early 19th century, whose name commemorates the British naval victory in the Napoleonic Wars over France and Spain? What is the name of the public square? In London, that square is called Trafalgar Square. Question 14. Portrayed on film by actors like Robert Downey Jr., Eddie Murphy, and Rex Harrison, what literary character created by Hugh Lofting lived in Puddleby on the Marsh, was given a push-me-pull-you, and could talk to the animals? That man's name was Dr. Dolittle. Question 15. With Athena's help, he slew a dragon and sewed its teeth into the ground, causing soldiers to spring up and help him build a great city. What was the name of this mythological founder of the city of Thebes? The answer is Cadmus. Question number 16. At an underground Texas Hold'em game run by the Russian mobster Teddy KGB, an overconfident law student loses his entire $30,000 bankroll in a single hand at the beginning of what iconic 1998 Matt Damon poker movie? That movie was called Rounders. Question 17. He became emperor when his mother Agrippina poisoned his stepfather Claudius. He later had his mother, wife, and the apostles Peter and Paul put to death. Who was this Roman emperor remembered for his indifference in AD 64 as his city burned down? They said he fiddled as Rome burned. The answer is Nero. Question number 18. Running their gang, known as the Firm, what was the last name of the twin brothers Ronald and Reginald, who were the foremost perpetrators of organized crime in the East End of London, England, from the late 1950s to 1967? Their last name was Cray, Reggie and Ronnie Cray. Question 19. Appearing in comics, cartoons, and movies since the 1960s, what is the name of the American media franchise that has its own line of military-themed action figures produced by the toy company Hasbro? The answer is G.I. Joe. Question number 20. Considered to be an icon of the city, it has been designated a Seattle landmark. Built in 1962 as part of the Seattle World's Fair, what is the name of this observation tower that stands 605 feet tall? The answer is the Space Needle. Question number 1. Unlike their brother, Peter Rabbit, his 3 sisters are well-behaved bunnies who are always trying to stay out of trouble, rather than going and looking for it. What are the names of Peter Rabbit's 3 sisters? Think way back to your childhood. The answer is Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail. Question number 2. Because he doubted that this was the real Jesus that he saw die just days before, which one of the 12 apostles refused to believe until he was able to put his finger into the nail marks on Jesus' palms? He was the original Doubting Thomas. Thomas is the answer. Question number 3. If you leave Japan on a Sunday morning, you can arrive in Alaska on Saturday night. This is because traveling east from Japan, you will cross what line that closely follows 180 degrees longitude? What is the name of that line? The answer is the International Dateline. Question number 4, mentioned in Homer's Odyssey, they are the legendary inhabitants of the north coast of Africa that lived on the fruit of a certain flower which drugged them into a happy forgetfulness. Who are these people about whom Alfred Lord Tennyson wrote a poem? The answer is the Lotus Eaters. Question number 5. Although now it's mostly used metaphorically, what 3-word phrase means to take part in a form of corporal punishment in which the guilty party is forced to move between 2 rows of soldiers who attack them as they do? What is that phrase? The answer is run the gauntlet. Question number 6. The following line comes from what 1818 novel? By the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I had created. The answer is Frankenstein. Question number 7. Inspiring both a partner dance and a group line dance that is often performed at country venues in the U.S., what song got renewed interest when the 1980 film Urban Cowboy featured it, and the Moody Brothers' 1985 version of it received a Grammy nomination? Made popular on Urban Cowboy, it is Cotton-Eyed Joe. Question number 8. In Shakespeare's play, while alone with Julius Caesar's body shortly after he was assassinated, what man reveals in a soliloquy his intentions to incite the crowd at his funeral with the immortal words, "Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war"? The answer is Mark Antony. Question number 9. His books focus on Jack Ryan, who rises from CIA analyst to become president. The video games Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six are by his company. What is the name of this author of The Hunt for Red October and Op Center? The answer is Tom Clancy. Question number 10. Although similar examples of the device existed and were used before then, to rid their nation of the monarchy during the Reign of Terror, French revolutionaries popularized what instrument of execution? The answer is the guillotine. Question number 11. Natural ones are found mainly in the country of Myanmar, but they are also produced artificially and used in lasers. What is the name of this valuable variety of corundum, a gem that is transparent red in color? The answer is the ruby. Question number 12. The name comes from the Greek words meaning no spot, because a small spot on the cornea cannot be easily seen. What is this eye condition where the cornea is not perfectly formed? The word we're looking for is astigmatism. Question 13. This device was suggested by Evangelista Torricelli through experiments involving a fluid in a tube inverted over a saucer. What is this weather instrument that reads atmospheric pressure? Atmospheric pressure is measured by a barometer. Question 14. After fraternal twin brothers Connor and Murphy McManus killed 2 Russian mafia members in self-defense, they go on a mission from God to clean the streets of Boston of all types of crime and evil in what 1999 American vigilante action thriller film? It's a good one. The answer, Boondock Saints. Question number 15. Howard Ratner, a Jewish-American jeweler and gambling addict in New York City's Diamond District, must retrieve an expensive jewel he purchased in order to pay off his debts. In what 2019 Adam Sandler movie? That movie was called Uncut Gems. Alright, from movies on to books. Written by John Gray in 1992, what is the title of the relationship advice book that states that the most common relationship problems between men and women are because they are metaphorically coming from 2 different planets? The title for that book is Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Question number 17. Kuala Lumpur is the national capital, largest city, and the seat of the legislative branch of the federal government of what Southeast Asian country that is divided into two major regions and separated by 400 miles of South China Sea? The answer is Malaysia. Question number 18. The higher the number, the more compression the fuel can withstand. What is the name of the rating used as a standard measure of a fuel's ability to withstand compression in an internal combustion engine without detonating? You'll see it on the gas pumps when you fill up. The rating you're looking for is the octane number. Question number 19. It was found by French troops in Lower Egypt in 1799 during the Napoleonic campaign. What is the name of this slab of black basalt that allowed hieroglyphics to be translated? The answer is the Rosetta Stone. And question 20. A term used by the Quakers in Pennsylvania during the 1790s, describing a place for criminals to dwell upon their sins. What is the name for the place that comes from the Latin for repentance that is still used today? They hope the criminals become penitent in the penitentiary. Question number 1. Making up about 2% of the total body weight, what is the most abundant mineral found naturally in the human body, mostly in the bones and teeth? I feel like that last part probably gave it away. Calcium is the answer. Question number 2, voiced by Michael J. Fox in the 99, 2002, and 2005 films. What is the name of the title anthropomorphic mouse who is adopted as the middle child of a human family? The answer is Stuart Little. Question number 3, what is the name of the child in the Bible's book of Exodus that was found in a basket in the Nile River by the daughter of the Pharaoh? That baby's name was Moses. Question number 4. While there are a few species that can fall slowly or glide for short distances, what is the only mammal that is capable of extended continuous flight? The answer is a bat. Question number 5, published in 1798 in his longest major poem, which Samuel Taylor Coleridge character cries out, "Water, water everywhere, nor any a drop to drink"? From his poem The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, that would be The Ancient Mariner. Question number 6. In Greek mythology, she is the daughter of Helen of Troy that was betrothed to Orestes. What is this name shared with a smart student at Hogwarts? The answer is Hermione. Question number 7. The fifth studio album by English musician David Bowie is titled The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from what planet? The answer is Mars. Question number 8. What French explorer, searching for the Northwest Passage, sailed up the St. Lawrence River in the 1530s, claiming parts of Canada for France? His name was Jacques Cartier. Question number 9. What was the name of Ellen Ripley's cat in the 1979 movie Alien, who was one of the only beings to survive the ride aboard the USCSS Nostromo? That cat's name was Jonesy. Question number 10. What is the name of the world's largest hydroelectric project, which created a 370-mile-long reservoir by damming the Yangtze River? The answer is the Three Gorges Dam. Question number 11. What is the adjective in chemistry that means water-fearing and describes molecules that are not polar and therefore do not dissolve in water? Water-fearing is hydrophobic. Question number 12. The Gregorian and the Cassegrainian types are reflecting, while the Galilean and the Keplerian are the refracting types of what scientific instrument? Those are all types of telescope. Question 13. What is the three-letter suffix from the Latin meaning full of, abounding in, given to, or like, that is used in chemistry to form the names of sugars? What's the sugar suffix? The answer is OSE, os. Question 14. The popular English actor Basil Rathbone played what fictional character in 14 films between the years of 1939 and 1946? In those films, he played Sherlock Holmes. Question number 15. Who was the deceased former business partner that visits Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol to warn him about the dangers of being a lonely old miser? The answer is Jacob Marley. Question 16. What is the name of the yearly dog sled race that was first started to commemorate the emergency delivery of diphtheria antitoxin from Anchorage to Nome in 1925? That sled race is called the Iditarod. Question number 17. Derived from passages in Leviticus, what term describes the dietary laws followed by some Jews, or to something that follows these rules? The term we're looking for is kosher. Question number 18. Consisting of an inflatable cuff, a measuring unit, and a mechanism for inflation, a sphygmomanometer measures what? It measures blood pressure. Question number 19. Introduced in 1952. What is the name of the great mascot of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes? His name is Tony the Tiger. And question 20. According to tradition, what woman agreed to ride through the streets without clothing if her husband would lift taxes on the townspeople? That lady's name was Lady Godiva. Question number 1. One king of this name was arrested in Varennes while fleeing from a revolt. The House of Capet included 5 kings of this name. The last king of this name took power in the 1814 Bourbon Restoration. What is this name shared by 18 royal leaders of France? The name we're looking for is Louis. Question number 2. In 1904, Japan's Navy attacked this country's fleet at Port Arthur, 3 hours before officially declaring war against it. The ensuing war between which country and Japan ended with the Treaty of Portsmouth, which was brokered by Teddy Roosevelt. Looking for the country that Japan went to war with. The answer is Russia. Question number 3. America's largest supermarket chain by revenue. What is the name of the company headquartered in Cincinnati, Ohio that also operates 1,609 supermarket fuel centers, 2,254 pharmacies, and 224 Little Clinic in-store medical clinics? America's largest supermarket chain is Kroger. Question number 4. Dr. Heidegger's experiment and the minister's black veil are stories from what Nathaniel Hawthorne short story collection, which was famously reviewed by Edgar Allan Poe? That collection of stories was called Twice Told Tales. Question number 5. Although it is often interpreted as referring to a psychedelic experience, Jimi Hendrix described it as a love song. Either way, what color was the haze in his second single off the Jimi Hendrix Experience album released in 1967? The answer is purple. Purple haze. Question number 6. Thomas Jefferson taught himself architecture mainly by studying the work of Andrea Palladio. With the knowledge he acquired, he famously designed what mansion on his plantation near Charlottesville? The name of Thomas Jefferson's mansion was Monticello. Question number 7. In the popular 1888 Rimsky-Korsakov symphonic poem Scheherazade, the music is inspired by the stories from what work, in which Shahryar is told a series of stories about Sinbad, Ali Baba, and Aladdin? The answer is Arabian Nights, or 1001 Nights. Question number 8. The people of this literary nation did not pray because they have everything they need. This small, mountain-bound country was abandoned by the Incas, and its children play ring toss with emeralds and rubies. What is this mythical South American city of gold? The answer is El Dorado. Question number 9. The Montreal Protocol protects this substance by limiting the production of CFCs. This substance in the stratosphere absorbs most solar UV radiation. What is the name of this triatomic oxygen molecule found in a protective atmospheric layer? Little brainy Tuesday on a Monday right here. The answer is ozone. Question number 10. The speaker asked the title creature to return to night's Plutonian shore, but it stays on the pallid bust of Pallas in his room. This poem's speaker laments the loss of dear Lenore, while the title bird repeats nevermore. In what poem by Edgar Allan Poe? That poem was called The Raven. Question 11. During these events, heavy elements can be synthesized when the core of the parent star collapses. What name is given to these events classified as types 1 and 2, during which stars explode very violently? The event we're looking for is a supernova. Question number 12. First played in France during the 16th and 17th centuries, what is the name of the outdoor game played with mallets and balls, and the object of which is to drive the balls through a series of hoops or wickets in rotation? The answer is croquet. Question 13. Ian Fleming based James Bond on the experiences of a member of what real-world counterintelligence agency? The United Kingdom's domestic counterintelligence and security agency that works alongside with the Secret Intelligence Service, or Section 6. The answer is MI5, or Military Intelligence Section 5. Question 14. These hollow spaces may feature stalagmites and stalactites. Speleologists are scientists who study what kind of underground structures, the result of extensive dissolution of limestone or similar rocks. Speleologists, if I'm saying that correctly, study caves or caverns. Question number 15. After fleeing from the book depository, he killed police officer J.D. Tippit before being captured in a movie theater. The Warren Commission concluded that what man was the lone gunman responsible for John F. Kennedy's death? The answer is Lee Harvey Oswald. Question 16. John Travolta called this song's performer Adele Dazeem at the 2014 Oscars, where it won Best Original Song. Actually, it's Idina Menzel that sings The Cold Never Bothered Me Anyway in what hit song from Disney's 2013 film Frozen? Idina Menzel sings Let It Go. Question 17. Operation Neptune Spear was this event's code name, while the code word Geronimo stood for its main objective. The USS Carl Vinson was the ship that was used to bury what man, the main objective of the event at sea? The answer is Osama bin Laden. Question 18. What is the name of the oceanic nation that consists of a smaller but more populated North Island, a larger South Island, and many much smaller islands located roughly 1,000 miles east of Australia? The answer is New Zealand. Question 19. Cemetery Ridge was the site of Pickett's Charge, a failed assault in this battle that represented the high watermark of the Confederate invasion. What is the name of this July 1863 battle, the turning point of the U.S. Civil War? The answer is the Battle of Gettysburg. And question 20. Sometimes called the Millennium Wheel, what is the name of Europe's tallest cantilevered observation wheel that opened to the public in 2000 and is located on the south bank of the Thames River in England's capital city? That attraction is called the London Eye. Question number 1. Naming the plane Glamorous Glennis after his wife, what man became the first to break the sound barrier in flight, doing so in October of 1947? His name was Chuck Yeager. Question number 2. Although Juan Sebastian Elcano took over after this man died mid-trip, what Portuguese explorer started and led the first part of the first circumnavigation of the world in 1519? That was Magellan, Ferdinand Magellan. Question number 3. In May of 1796, what English physician inoculated 8-year-old James Phipps with a matter collected from a cowpox sore and is now credited with creating the first vaccine? The answer is Edward Jenner. Question number 4. In Oxford, England in 1954, what 25-year-old medical student was the first to break track and field's most notorious barrier, the 4-minute mile? His name was Roger Bannister. Question number 5. In Germany around 1440, what German inventor and goldsmith invented the first movable type printing press which started the printing revolution? His name was Johannes Gutenberg. Question number 6. Who was the first sitting U.S. president to ever appear on television when he was broadcast at the World's Fair in New York in 1939? The answer is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Question number 7. Along with his Sherpa guide Tenzing Norgay, what man became the first to summit Mount Everest in 1953? His name was Sir Edmund Hillary. Question number 8. What was the name of the man from the Soviet Union who became the first human in space in 1961 when he circled the Earth for 108 minutes in Vostok 1? The first man in space was Yuri Gagarin. Question number 9. Winning in 1903 for physics and in 1911 for chemistry, what was the name of the woman who was the first person to ever win multiple Nobel Prizes? Her name was Marie Curie. Question number 10. What was the name of the Romanian gymnast who was the first person to be awarded a perfect score of 10.0 at the Olympic Games, doing so in 1976? Her name was Nadia Comaneci. Question number 11. On March 1, 1872, President Ulysses S. Grant signed the National Park Protection Act into law. What was the U.S.'s and the world's first national park? The answer is Yellowstone. Question number 12, still sponsoring sporting events today. What Boston-based company became the first televised corporate sponsor in 1946 by sponsoring the boxing match between Joe Louis and Billy Conn? That company is Gillette. Question 13. What were the first names of the brothers who first sustained flight by manning a heavier-than-air powered and controlled aircraft on December 17, 1903? The answer is Wilbur and Orville. Question number 14. Along with Rosalind Franklin, what two British scientists became the first to reveal the structure of DNA by using X-ray crystallography in 1953? The two you hear about the most often are Crick and Watson. Question 15. On November 19, 1969, what legendary soccer pro scored his 1,000th goal in competition, making him the first and only player to score 1,000 or more soccer goals? The answer was Pele. Question 16. Following up on earlier work of his compatriot Luigi Galvini, what Italian physicist is generally credited with having developed the first operable battery? I feel like we had this question fairly recently. His name was Alessandro Volta. Question number 17. What Norwegian explorer reached the South Pole in 1911 and then trekked to the North Pole in 1926, making him the first person to reach each pole? The answer is Roald Amundsen. Question number 18. Born in the Roanoke colony in what is now North Carolina in August of 1587, what was the name of the first English baby born in the New World? The answer is Virginia Dare. Question number 19. Winning the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1909, what man was granted the world's first patent for a system of wireless telegraphy and credited with inventing the radio? His name was Marconi, Guglielmo Marconi. And question 20. Thanks to her multiple books that became multiple movies that became multiple theme parks as well as everything else that goes with it, who was the first author in history to earn over $1 billion? The answer is J.K. Rowling. Question number 1. As an asteroid approaches Earth, a man is left alone after his wife leaves in a panic. In his final days, he decides to take a road trip with a free-spirited neighbor to reunite with his high school sweetheart. What is the name of this 2012 apocalyptic dark comedy starring Steve Carell and Keira Knightley? The name of that movie is Seeking a Friend for the End of the World. Question number 2. Beverly Marsh, Holly Gibney, Carrie White, and Sadie Dunhill are all female literary characters that were created by and appear in stories written by what famous American author? Those characters are all from Stephen King books. Question number 3. Founded in 1982 by Danish goldsmith Per Enolvedsen and his then-wife Winnie, this jewelry brand started as a family-run shop in Copenhagen. What is this brand that today is widely known for their customizable charm bracelets with 2,700 stores in more than 100 countries on 6 continents? You've probably heard of them before. The answer is Pandora. Question number 4. Following her tragic death in 2012, this beloved artist became the first and only female act to ever place 3 albums in the top 10 of the US Billboard 200 album chart, all at the same time. What was the name of this late, great American singer? Three albums in the top 10. That was Whitney Houston. Question number 5. Blood donors with type O negative red blood cells are referred to as the universal donors, and their red blood cells can be given to any other blood type. Blood donors with what other type are referred to as universal recipients and can receive red blood cells from any other blood type? O negative, universal donors, AB positive, universal recipients. Question number 6. Tick, Tick, Boom, a musical centered around the life of the late Jonathan Larson, the writer of Rent, featured several cameos from Broadway legends such as Renee Elise Goldsberry and Lin-Manuel Miranda himself. Stephen Sondheim's voice is featured briefly in the film before passing away days after the premiere. What actor is credited for portraying the on-set version of Stephen Sondheim in the movie? The answer is Bradley Whitford. Question number 7. Hamilton, A Story About America Then, Told by America Now is another smash hit from the mind of Lin-Manuel Miranda. In 2016, it was nominated for a total of 16 Tony Awards in 13 categories, which set a new record. How many awards did the show end up winning? Nominated for 16, how many did they win? The answer is 11. Question number 8. This natural stone is known for its extreme hardness, unmatched brilliance, and rich sentimental value. What is this mineral that is made of nearly 100% carbon atoms and is so durable that the only other mineral that can scratch its surface is another one itself? The answer is diamonds. Question number 9. Epcot at the Walt Disney World Resort is a favorite Disney park of many guests, as it offers up the unique opportunity to travel around the globe while also checking out cutting-edge technology and big thrills. What does the acronym Epcot stand for? Epcot stands for the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Question number 10. Oceania Cruises is a cruise line based in Miami, Florida that operates 6 cruise ships on worldwide itineraries. In September of 2014, they became a wholly owned subsidiary of Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings, which owns Norwegian Cruise Line and what other popular cruise line? That would be the Regent Seven Seas. Regent Seven Seas Cruises. Question 11. Saiyans are a race of extraterrestrials in the Dragon Ball anime and manga series. All full-blooded Saiyans, such as Raditz, Kakarot, and Vegeta, are all names that are a pun of what food group? That would be vegetables. Question number 12. The burger of the day is one of the running gags on Bob's Burgers. It refers to the various puns and wordplay featured as the special burgers in almost every episode of the TV show. What is the only burger of the day on the series to have quotation marks? The answer is New Beginnings. Question 13. In the episode The Return, also referred to as Oscar's Return on The Office, Dwight has left Dunder Mifflin. While interviewing for new jobs, he is asked how he would describe himself, to which he replies 3 words, but he actually gives 5. What are these 5 words? I used to have a Schrute Farms shirt that said this on the back. Hardworking, alpha male, jackhammer, merciless, and insatiable. Question 14. My Favorite Murder is a weekly true crime comedy podcast hosted by Karen Kilgariff and Georgia Hardstart. The podcast peaked at number 3 in April of 2018. Later in that same year, they introduced their own podcast network named What? After a phrase that is often said on the podcast by Kilgariff. They named their network Exactly Right. Question number 15. Ink Master is an American reality competition television series that features tattoo artists who compete in various challenges assessing their tattooing and related artistic skills. Since its original premiere in 2012, there have been a total of 13 winners. Who was the very first Ink Master? The answer is Shane O'Neill. Question 16. Mel Brooks is an American actor, comedian, and filmmaker. With a career spanning over 7 decades, he is known as a writer and a director of a variety of successful comedies and parodies. What 1967 American satirical black comedy was his directorial debut? The answer is The Producers. Question number 17. This word was popularized in the 1964 film Mary Poppins, in which it was used as the title of a song and defined something as something to say when you don't know what to say. What is this whimsical word which contains 34 letters and 14 syllables? The answer is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Question number 18. This natural compound is involved in synchronizing circadian rhythms, including the sleep-wake timing and blood pressure regulation. What is this compound which, in addition to its role as a natural hormone and antioxidant, is also a medication in the treatment of sleep disorders such as insomnia? The word we're looking for is melatonin. Question number 19. Jack Powell, Daniel Hillard, Armand Goldman, and Andrew were all iconic movie characters that were played by what famous comedic actor who was born in Chicago, Illinois? All of those characters were played by Robin Williams. And question 20. USS Callister is a popular Black Mirror episode. In it, Robert Daly, played by Jesse Plemons, simulates a Star Trek-like space adventure within a game using his co-workers' DNA to create sentient digital clones of each of them. What is the name of this Star Trek-like show? In the show, it is called Space Fleet. Question number 1. Artist Jim Davis named what famous fictional comic strip character after his grandfather, who was named after the 20th President of the United States? Jim Davis created Garfield. Question number 2. The Washington Generals are the traditional opponent of what barnstorming comedic basketball team? The Washington Generals typically lose to the Harlem Globetrotters. Question number 3. What is the name of the medical condition that involves an opaqueness or clouding of the patient's eye lens? That is called a cataract. Question number 4. In the FM system of radio translation, the M stands for modulation. What is the F which is being modulated? The F stands for frequency. Question number 5. When Jesus arrived at Jerusalem on what is now called Palm Sunday, what form of transportation was he using? He rode in on a donkey. Question number 6. What is the common medical term for the examination of a dead body that is performed to find out the cause of death? The word we're looking for is an autopsy, but a post-mortem also works. Question number 7. Haiti and the Dominican Republic share what island where Christopher Columbus Santa Maria sank on the first voyage to the Americas? That would be the island of Hispaniola. Question number 8. They sound like royalty, but Albert, Edward, and Victoria are actually 3 of the Great Lakes located on what continent? That would be the continent of Africa. Question number 9. A triangle with all 3 sides congruent is called an equilateral triangle. What do we call a triangle with no sides congruent? If none of the sides are equal, it is called a scalene triangle. Question number 10. What is the name of Mickey Mouse's yellow-orange colored, medium-sized, short-haired pet dog with black ears? The answer is Pluto. Question number 11. What objects do the United States Coast Guard rate in terms of severity from Bergy bits to growlers, then small, medium, and finally large? Bergy bits are the small pieces of an iceberg. Question number 12. In 1814, after the British burned America's capital, what man's collection of books became the foundation of the present Library of Congress? The answer is Thomas Jefferson. Question 13. On I Love Lucy, the fictional character Ricky Ricardo is from what country, where the real-life actor Desi Arnaz, who plays him, is also from? The answer is Cuba. Question 14. An evergreen plant with distinctive forked branches, while it is enjoyable to kiss under, what popular Christmas decoration is poisonous if you eat it? The answer is mistletoe. Question 15. What is the name of the British writer known for her 66 detective novels who wrote the classics Mousetrap and Murder on the Orient Express? The answer is Agatha Christie. Question 16. These mammals carry their young in pouches. What is the name for the class of mammals that includes bandicoots, moles, kangaroos, and wallabies? Those are known as marsupials. Question number 17. What is the name of the title character of a Roald Dahl book whose favorite teacher is Miss Honey and her least favorite headmistress is Agatha Trunchbull? That is from the book Matilda. Question number 18. What is the title of the one-word Robert Frost poem that shares its name with the type of trees that the American Indians often used to craft their canoes? The answer is birches. Question 19. Alvin and the Chipmunks consists of 3 singing animated anthropomorphic chipmunks. What are the names of Alvin's 2 brothers? There's Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. And question 20. What is the nickname for Prince Michael Jackson II, the youngest child of the Prince of Pop, Michael Jackson, who often kept him covered up in public? That might have given it away. They called him Blanket. Question number 1. This word for Spanish peppered with some English has been around since the 1940s. In a 2004 movie with this word as the title, Adam Sandler stars as a wealthy gourmet chef who hires a poor but beautiful Mexican woman as a housekeeper. What is this movie? That movie was called Spanglish. Question number 2. In 1973, Led Zeppelin released their universally mispronounced reggae rock classic, Dear Maker. When said properly, with a thick Cockney accent, the title sounds like the Caribbean island where reggae began. What is this island nation? The answer is Jamaica. Question number 3. This common wildflower, the ancestor of today's carrots, is actually a flat cluster of tiny white florets with a dark red center. Its name comes from a story that Her Majesty pricked her finger while doing needlework, leaving a single drop of blood on the fabric. What is this royal flower? The answer is Queen Anne's lace. Question number 4. In some Asian and indigenous American cultures, there is no man in the moon. The Mayans saw a moon goddess sometimes accompanied by a small animal. In Japan and Korea, this animal pounds medicine or candy in a mortar. What creature do the dark markings on the moon appear to be? The answer is a rabbit. Question number 5. Greek legend tells of a man sentenced to death by a tyrant who refuses to let him go home to bid farewell to his mother. His friend volunteers to remain as a hostage. When the man returns in time for his own execution, the tyrant was moved and pardoned both men. What are the names of these 2 men? That is the story of Damon and Pythias. Question number 6. In 1947, Air Force Captain Charles Elwood, or Chuck Yeager, became the first human to fly faster than the speed of sound in spite of having broken 2 ribs in a fall from a horse 2 days before. The ace test pilot flew a rocket-powered X-1 he named after his wife. What was this plane called? That plane was called the Glamorous Glennis. Question number 7. There's nothing sour about this fast-growing sport, played with paddles and a perforated ball, on a court 1/3 the size of a tennis court, with a yard-high net. Since its humble beginnings, it has become an international phenomenon, though not yet an Olympic sport. What is it called? The sport we're talking about is pickleball. Question number 8. Legendary bluesman Robert Johnson, best known for Hellhound on My Trail, is rumored to have waited at a crossroads at midnight until a certain party tuned his guitar, after which his fame and wealth skyrocketed. 3 years later, at 27, he died and his guitar disappeared. What is Johnson said to have done at these crossroads? As the story goes, it is said he sold his soul to the devil. Question number 9. A symbol of good luck for small businesses, Maneki Nico is often seen in Chinese and Vietnamese restaurants, although its origin is Japanese. It is represented by a statuette of a smiling cat with one paw raised in a Japanese gesture. What does Maneki Nico mean in English? Most commonly, it's known as the beckoning cat, but sometimes also welcoming or inviting. Question number 10. Guitars usually have thin strips of wire or other material inserted at standard intervals across the neck, with the spaces between the wires usually marked at the 5th, 7th, and 9th intervals. What are these worried-sounding divisions called? The answer is frets. Question number 11. This fable is about a spiteful mutt who climbs into the cow's feeding trough and refuses to let her eat, even though he can't eat the hay himself. Unfortunately, people can be like that as well, and, like the fabled canine, are metaphorically known as what? That metaphor is known as the dog in the manger. Question number 12. In Watership Down, the harbinger of death is not a grim reaper, but an ominous dark entity who calls the name of the rabbit slated to die. Says a terrified bigwig on hearing the fatal summons, "You have to go when he calls you." Who is this omen of bunny doom? The answer is the Black Rabbit. Question number 13. Skinwalker Ranch in Utah came to the public eye in the 1970s with frequent UFO sightings. Reports of unnatural creatures and paranormal phenomena followed. The area, a geological depression, has long been known for high strangeness, including Navajo skinwalker lore. What is this area lying south of the much higher Wasatch Mountains? That depression is known as the Uinta Basin. Question number 14. Life is tough in the Great Lakes region, and this cannibalistic Algonquin cryptid resembles a person who died of starvation, face blackened and extremities missing from frostbite. What is this hideous creature called? This Algonquin cryptid is known as a Wendigo. Question 15. In Thor Ragnarok, Led Zeppelin's pounding Viking-inspired song is heard as Thor battles the bad guys because that's what heroes do. The song's reference to the hammer of the gods is especially fitting because Thor's weapon of choice was his magic hammer, Mjolnir. What is the name of this song? The answer is Immigrant Song. Question 16. Although some would argue that it is not a true sport because it involves a machine, this off-road motorcycle racing held on enclosed off-road circuits is considered to be one of the most, if not the most, physically demanding sport in the world. What is it called? That sport is called motocross or supercross. Question number 17. The undisputed king of reggae taught us not to worry about a thing and sang a partly true ballad of a man wrongly accused of shooting the sheriff's deputy. Sadly, he died of melanoma at only 36. Who was this world-famous dreadlock Jamaican musician? The answer is Bob Marley. Question number 18. Most people know that NaCl, or sodium chloride, is table salt, and H2O, or hydrogen oxide, is water. Another chemical compound commonly found in kitchens is NaHCO3, or sodium bicarbonate, more often known as what? The answer is baking soda. Question 19. Tragically, UFOs will no longer be spotted, reported on, or badly photographed in the mysterious skies. Certain enthusiasts have decided these unearthly appearances are henceforth to be known as UAPs. What does UAP stand for? UFOs are now unidentified aerial phenomena. Question 20. In Hammer of the Gods, author Stephen Davis writes, "No band ever flew as high as Led Zeppelin or suffered so disastrous a fall. The mighty Zeppelin's crash came in 1980 when one of the tight-knit foursome unexpectedly died at 32 and the others disbanded rather than go on without him. Who was this irreplaceable musician?" It was their drummer, John Bonham, sometimes called Bonzo. Question number 1. Before Alaska and Hawaii joined the party, in the year 1912, what American state became the 45th and final contiguous state to join the Union? The answer is Arizona. Question number 2. In European folklore, what kind of creatures could conceal themselves as people for most of the month, but transformed into howling predators during the full moon? Those creatures are known as werewolves. Question number 3. By one estimate, each gram of soil contains 1 million organisms from which kingdom, which does much of the work of decomposition? That kingdom would be the fungi kingdom, or the fungus. Question number 4, released in 1966. According to the Beatles, we all live in what color of watercraft capable of independent operation underwater? That type of watercraft is a submarine, and according to the Beatles, we all live in a yellow submarine. Question number 5. Montezuma II was a leader of which Mesoamerican empire, which was based in modern-day Mexico and conquered by the Spanish after the fall of their capital, Tenochtitlan? That would be the Aztec Empire. Question number 6. What is Florida's largest open water estuary that is home to the namesake teams like the Buccaneers, the Rays, and the Lightning? All of those pro teams are based out of Tampa Bay. Question number 7. What grunge star wrote songs like Heart-Shaped Box, Come As You Are, and Smells Like Teen Spirit for Nirvana before his 1994 death? His name was Kurt Cobain. Question number 8. A German version of Cinderella appears in the Children's and Household Tales, collected by what folktale obsessed brothers? That would be the Brothers Grimm, Jacob and Wilhelm. Question number 9. In Catholicism, prayers are often performed with the help of what beaded object, which is separated into decades representing holy mysteries? The answer is the rosary. Question 10. Odin traded one of what body parts to be able to drink magical water that would give him wisdom? He traded one of his eyes. Question 11. Gram-positive bacteria are particularly susceptible to what first antibiotic, discovered accidentally in mold by Alexander Fleming? The answer is penicillin. Question number 12. The semiconductor industry relies heavily on germanium and which other element with the symbol Si to build components like transistors and microchips? The answer is silicon. Question 13. Who was the 17th century French philosopher who famously concluded, Cogito ergo sum, or I think, therefore I am? The answer is Descartes, René Descartes. Question number 14. The first European to reach Florida was which Spanish conquistador who, according to legend, was searching for the Fountain of Youth? The answer is Juan Ponce de Leon. Question 15. The angel Moroni delivered the location of what holy text, originally written in Reformed Egyptian, to the founder of the LDS Church? That would be the Book of Mormon. Question 16. What is the state of matter whose molecules are in a constant random motion, but with much greater separation between the particles than in a liquid? That state of matter is a gas. Question 17. What is the name of the politician who became the first Catholic American president of the United States when he defeated Richard Nixon in 1960? The answer is John F. Kennedy. Question number 18. What is the title of the novel in which the title scientist refuses to create a female love interest for his monster? A work by Mary Shelley. The answer is Frankenstein. Question 19. The glass pyramids at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Louvre were both designed by what Chinese-American architect who passed away in 2019? His name was I.M. Pei. And question 20. What is the mechanism of evolution in which individuals with favorable traits for an environment survive longer and pass those traits to their offspring? What is that known as? The answer is natural selection. Question number 1. Receiving only around 2 inches of precipitation per year, measuring nearly 5.5 million square miles and almost twice the size of the next closest, on which continent would you find the world's largest desert? We're getting started with kind of a trick question, but the answer is Antarctica. They receive very little precipitation. Question number 2. What is the name of the Central American waterway that was constructed from the years 1904 to 1914 to greatly reduce the time for ships to travel between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans? This man-made waterway is called the Panama Canal. Question number 3. What is the title of the 2022 Best Picture Oscar winner that follows a teenager, the only hearing member of her family, attempting to help her family's struggling fishing business while pursuing her dreams of becoming a singer? That Best Picture winner was called Coda. Question number 4. Centered around the Plaza de Mayo and lined with stately 19th century buildings including Casa Rosada, what is the name of the capital city of the second largest country in South America that was founded in 1536 and has a name that means good air? The answer is Buenos Aires. Question number 5. Born on January 17, 1706 on Milk Street in Boston, Massachusetts, and growing up to become one of America's founding fathers, what was the name of the first U.S. Postmaster General who is famously portrayed on the $100 bill? That man is Benjamin Franklin. Question number 6. Described in the 1937 novel The Hobbit, what is the name of the red golden dragon with bat-like wings and a huge tail whose jaws and nostrils were always emitting smoke that invaded and occupied the dwarf kingdom of Erebor for 150 years? The name of that dragon is Smaug. Question number 7. Pripyat, a Ukraine city with a population of nearly 50,000 people, became an instant ghost town when it was evacuated on April 27, 1986, due to what man-made disaster? This is even appropriate music for this question. That man-made disaster was the Chernobyl incident. Question number 8. What is the name of the large American lake, which is technically also an inland sea, that holds 10% of the world's surface freshwater and is the largest freshwater lake in the world when you're going by surface area? I believe there's some that have more volume, but in surface area, Lake Superior is the largest freshwater lake in the world. Question number 9. What was the name of the Canadian songwriter who wrote the iconic songs Woodstock, that was made famous by Crosby, Stills and Nash, and Big Yellow Taxi, that was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997? We're looking for the name of the songwriter. Her name was Joni Mitchell. Question number 10. This American architect designed over 1,000 structures during his 70-year career, including Falling Water, the Affleck House, and the Arizona Biltmore Resort. Who was this architect who completed over a third of his life's work after the age of 80? So there's still hope for some of us to be productive. The answer is Frank Lloyd Wright. Question number 11. In 1978, this was made the official drink of Puerto Rico. What is the name of this popular cocktail that is made up of rum, coconut milk, pineapple juice, and garnished with a sweet maraschino cherry? The answer is the Pina Colada. Question number 12. This board game was patented in 1904 by Elizabeth Phillips and was originally called the Landlord's Game. The name changed in 1934 when Charles Darrow re-released it as what and went on to sell 275 million games. Now we know it as Monopoly. Question number 13. The United States of America and the USSR were the first two countries to create and possess an atomic bomb. Which country became the third nuclear power by developing and testing the weapon in 1952? The answer is Great Britain. Question 14. This is one of the 4 Grand Slam tennis tournaments, and it is the oldest of them, being held on its iconic grass courts since 1877. What is the name of the popular tournament where players are expected to follow the all-white dress code? This famous tournament is Wimbledon. Question number 15. In the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, this event made its first appearance. What is this event where athletes compete over a 2-day period in a wide range of track and field events, testing their power, speed, and endurance to determine the world's best all-around athlete? That event is called the decathlon. Question number 16. This is a fictional character whose name means fox in Spanish and who was created in 1919 by writer Johnston McCulley. Who was this character that was typically portrayed as a dashing masked vigilante who defends California commoners against corrupt officials? This masked vigilante is Zorro. Question number 17. This is the third largest land mammal in the world and is well known as a semi-aquatic animal native to sub-Saharan Africa. What is this beast with one of the most feared bites of any animal on Earth? I feel like this one gets overlooked a lot in scary animals, but the hippopotamus is no joke. Those things are big. Question number 18. In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. This is the first line of what 1925 novel set during the Jazz Age on Long Island by F. Scott Fitzgerald? The answer is The Great Gatsby. Question number 19. This popular name for a boy is of Arabic origin and means praiseworthy. What is this name that is thought to be the most popular name in the world, with over 150 million people sharing it? The name we're looking for is Muhammad. And question 20. This animal lives mainly in deserts, but has been found on all continents except Antarctica. What is this animal that has 8 legs and a segmented tail curved over their back that can survive for about a year without eating? That animal is the scorpion. Question number 1. A selfish prince refuses shelter to a secretly beautiful enchantress who puts a curse on him. To break this curse, he must learn to love another and be loved in return. If the last petal falls from the enchanted rose before this happens, the curse lasts forever. What is the name of this fairy tale? That classic fairy tale is Beauty and the Beast. Question number 2. A British tax was placed on all print materials, such as newspapers, to help pay for British troops stationed in the colonies. What was the name of this act that the American colonists were protesting when they dumped a shipment of tea into Boston Harbor on December 16, 1773? The answer is the Stamp Act. Question number 3. Before he was married to Jacqueline Bouvier and elected as the 35th President of the United States of America, which branch of the military service did John F. Kennedy serve in? JFK was in the Navy. Question number 4. Some with even more casualties than World War I. Which Asian country has been involved in 7 of the 10 deadliest wars in human history, including the Taiping Rebellion, the Dungan Revolt, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion? The answer is China. Question number 5. Nicknamed Satchmo, this American trumpeter and vocalist is one of the most influential figures in the history of jazz. One of his biggest hits was When the Saints Go Marching In. Who is this New Orleans-born performer? Satchmo is the nickname of Louis Armstrong. Question number 6. This is a medium-sized canine, possessing a lean, hardy body and a wedge-shaped skull that appears large in proportion to his body. What is this feral animal whose habitat covers most of Australia? This Australian canine is called a dingo. Question number 7. The name for this temperate forest tree derives from a Native American word in the Algonquin language. Its wood burns hotter than that of oak or maple. The wood of what tree commonly used for gun stocks, ramrods, and tool handles burns longer than most other hardwoods? The wood we're looking for is hickory. Question number 8. This country is the most populous in Central America and was once the core of the Mayan civilization. What is the name of this country that gained its independence from Spain and Mexico in 1821? The country we're looking for is Guatemala. Question number 9. This pope signed the Lateran Treaty with Italy in 1929, establishing Vatican City as a sovereign state. Translated from the Latin, his motto was, "The peace of Christ in the kingdom of Christ." Who was this pope who opposed Nazism and communism? That is Pope Pius XI. Question number 10. This 1944 film starred Charles Boyer, Ingrid Bergman, and Joseph Cotten. Bergman's character is being manipulated by her husband into believing that she is going mad. What is this movie title that became a term for making someone doubt his or her own reality? You hear it a lot nowadays. The term is gaslight. Question number 11, considered one of the big 3 science fiction writers of his era, along with Robert A. Heinlein and Arthur C. Clarke. This prolific writer wrote or edited more than 500 books. Who is the author of the Hugo Award-winning Foundation series? The answer is Isaac Asimov. Question number 12. Their colorful bills have limited use as excavation tools, so they make nests in tree hollows and holes created by other animals such as woodpeckers. What kind of bird is this, who has also been used as an advertising mascot for Fruit Loops cereal? The answer is a toucan. Question number 13. This video game by Rovio Entertainment revolves around players using a slingshot to launch birds at green pigs. What is the name of this game series featuring Red, Chuck, Jay, Jake, Jim, Matilda, Stella, Bubbles, and Terrence as the avian projectiles out to eliminate these pigs? I think everybody had this on their phone at one time. The answer is Angry Birds. Question number 14. Born in Laurel, Mississippi, this African-American soprano was the first of her race to achieve international fame. In 1961, she began a long association with the Metropolitan Opera, particularly renowned for her title work in Verdi's Aida. Who is this singer, one of the leading performers of her time? Her name is Leontine Price. Question number 15. This effervescent antacid and pain reliever contains 3 active ingredients: aspirin, sodium bicarbonate, and anhydrous citric acid. What is the name of this compound whose commercials feature the jingle, "Plop plop, fizz fizz, oh what a relief it is"? I don't even know any other antacids. The answer is Alka-Seltzer. Question number 16. This code of conduct, developed between 1170 and 1220, was associated with the medieval Christian institution of knighthood. What is the name of this code that emphasized warrior ethos, knightly piety, and courtly manners? The answer is chivalry. Question 17. This actor played Geordi LaForge in Star Trek The Next Generation and Kunta Kinte in Roots, but his most lasting contribution was hosting Reading Rainbow for more than 23 years. Who is this Emmy and Peabody award-winning host? Geordi LaForge was played by LeVar Burton. Question number 18. Although he wrote and performed the title song, Elton John did not play the lead in the rock opera Tommy. Which rock artist from The Who played that deaf, dumb, and blind kid? From The Who, his name was Roger Daltrey. Question number 19. Animals that have the ability to survive on both plant and animal matter include dogs, pigs, American crows, and humans. What is the name for these animals that are able to digest carbohydrates, protein, fat, and fiber from both sources? An animal that can eat meat and plants is called an omnivore. And question 20. Tom Cruise was scheduled to be on this show to promote his movie War of the Worlds. Instead, he leapt up on her couch and shouted about his love for his then-girlfriend and later wife, Katie Holmes. What show featured this exuberant incident? He jumped up on the couch during the Oprah Winfrey Show.